UT.
What's up, Lafitte?
Are you at Vince Young Steakhouse today?
No, I'm just at home.
Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Belmont Racing at the Big A. This is where owner Mike Rapoli grew up. Queens native, coming to Aqueduct since he was a kid. Now watching his horses win some of the biggest races in the sport. Like that filly, Nest, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country. Odds-on favorite in the 82nd running of the Beldame. Trained by a Hall of Famer, Todd Pletcher, seeking a 6th victory in this storied event. This is America's Day at the Races. That's Warlike Goddess, winner of yesterday's Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. As always, coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We're just several minutes away from the first of 9 races on this Sunday program at Aqueduct. And you don't have to wait very long for the main event. It's early, the Beldame Race 3, and the big story is Nest, the odds-on favorite. A big race for several reasons, taking on older fillies and mares for the first time, and this will be her final prep before the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Today's schedule brought to you by Claiborne Farm. First 4 races right here, FS1. Post time for the Beldame, 1:47 Eastern. Race 4 start of the Pick 6. More on that in a moment. Coverage to FS2, 2:30. 2 more stakes races, Grade 3 Futurity and the Grade 3 Knickerbocker. So welcome in my co-host, New York Racing Association analyst, Andy Serling. Andy, great to be on with you again.
When you said you don't have to wait long for the big moment, I thought it was going to be bringing me on the show.
You didn't. So you're here. It's been like 30 seconds.
Disappointed. It really is. It's a letdown, but it's great to be here. It's another beautiful day, and as Lafitte said, Nest is a big performer. And I'll tell you something about Nest's race. Nest is absolutely terrific. Mike Rapoli looking to keep it going on what's been a great weekend already with he and Vinny Viola winning the Breeders' Futurity at Keeneland yesterday. But she is way the horse to beat, but don't make the mistake of thinking she's lining up against a bunch of tomato cans, because she's not. She's got serious talent in that race to deal with. Now, she is way the horse to beat. But a win here is not just a cakewalk against some bad horses. She's facing legitimate racehorses, and it's a legitimate prep for the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
A big Pick 6 carryover today as well, 85,000 plus. That gets started in the 4th race. Much more on that a little bit later on in the broadcast. And if you're going to be playing the Pick 6, why not do so with us here at Naira Bets? Get involved, sign up, and use that promo code MATCH200. Earn up to a $200 deposit bonus after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match.
I want to say something about this first race. There is an odds-on favorite in this race that should not be an odds-on favorite.
All right.
Sorry to interrupt.
You're excused.
They're betting because
Jonathan
it's Irad
Kinchin's
Ortiz.
not going to appreciate it, but
no, he's going to agree with me. They're betting because it's Pletcher and Irad Ortiz. This horse should not be a heavy favorite to bet against.
Jonathan Kinchin joining us from Austin, where it must be like Mardi Gras down there. JK, after what UT did to Oklahoma yesterday, pasting him 49 zip?
Yeah, I don't care how bad Oklahoma is this year. It's still Oklahoma. Hook 'em horns. My best bet of the day is in the second race. I think it's an interesting race. Appears to feel kind of like one of those wide open turf claimers. But I think the 11 Ario is kind of interesting. It's a horse that has some nice numbers as a 3-year-old when it comes from a speed figure standpoint. The higher the number, the better these speed figures, like a quarterback rating in the NFL. And came back, tried the dirt, didn't run all that well on the dirt. In fact, ran horribly, but was bet that day. I'm excited to see this horse get back to the turf as a 4-year-old. These horses can grow up from 3 to 4, and they can make these improvements. And if this horse takes any step forward on the grass, I think the 12-1 morning line is an outstanding price.
I thought for sure you'd be broadcasting from Vince Young's steakhouse this afternoon. JK, best of luck the remainder of the afternoon. See what happens in this first race coming up in just about a moment. Updated odds, New York bred 2-year-olds. 6 of them, Lieutenant Mitchell, Andy's top selection at 9-2, Bourbon Chase, the odds-on favorite, who, Andy, you just mentioned, over bet.
Well, they're betting in a race they don't really know what to do, and they're just betting on Ira Ortiz and Todd Pletcher. And the reality is that there's no reason to believe this horse is anything special in here. I think Lieutenant Mitchell is the clear speed and chased a very good horse in Arctic Arrogance first time, and I think StarQuest is the more dangerous the first-time stars. I bet the 2 to win and do's 2-3-5 here, betting against the 6.
All right, so just about, well, we're at post time, but have a couple of moments here. Let's welcome in Acacia Clement to the show, standing by. Trackside, Acacia, what are these New York bred freshmen showing you out there?
Well, we'll start with your favorite to the outside, Lafitte, and that is Bourbon Chase. This horse does come in as the favorite, and I agree with Andy because there's not a ton of pedigree to go off of. And one thing that I often talk about with 2-year-olds that is a bit of a negative for me, particularly for Todd Pletcher, is when they have back-to-back gate workouts as the final workouts coming in. Unfortunately, as this horse has been at Belmont, there are no workouts on XBTV for me to watch, but he looks fine. He's very fit for debut. He is out of a mare who won once sprinting, a couple times going longer on the dirt. He does have a little bit of good size to him, so we'll see how things do pan out as far as him being ready for this start, and especially how he breaks. As we go to a couple other first-time starters, the 3 StarQuest just got a leg back up for Eric Cancel as he, I guess, had a saddle adjustment or did part ways with his rider momentarily, but he's been the one that I've actually really liked the best of the first-time starters. Now, he's by Nyquist and out of a stakes winning mare, Star Grazing, with this good Mr. and Mrs. Broman homebred pedigree. And the dam is actually the sister to Friend or Foe, who is a very good New York bred multiple stakes winner as well. These families that just tend to really do quite well on these tracks. Now, he's one that I would say will likely want to go a little bit further down the line, as he is a little bit of a leggier type, but he's incredibly fit. And according to the Clocker report in his last work, he was going better in company than Blue Grotto, who we saw just win off the layoff the other day for John Kimmel. The number 5, Dr. Kraft, he worked 10-2 at the Timonium Mid-Atlantic 2-year-old sales by the Lieutenant, the late brother to Triple Crown winner Justify. A little bit green out there on track and didn't look 100% fit to me. And finally, the 2, Lieutenant Mitchell. I didn't see him first time out, but he looked a little bewildered back in the paddock, much more focused out on track, and a horse that absolutely could move forward, and the one with experience that he did prefer, Lafitte.
Who just loaded into the starting gate. Acacia, Lieutenant Mitchell, favorite to the outside. Bourbon Chase, odds on 4-5 with a Red Ortiz aboard. Big day yesterday at Keeneland. 3 stakes wins, and today a date with Nest in the Beldame, race number 3. John Embrial, the voice of New York racing, with the call. First of 9, Belmont at the Big A.
A field of 6, going 6 furlongs in the Sunday opener. Dr. Kraft goes in nicely, and Bourbon Chase will complete the field. And we are set for the start. And they're off. StarQuest away well, along with Storm the Empire. Dr. Kraft is right there. Bourbon Chase is 4th here in the early going. Central Love is down at the rail. And Lieutenant Mitchell is the trailer in 6th. Storm the Empire has the lead, and the lead is about a length. Storm the Empire in front, right behind a firing squad of 4 there. It is Dr. Kraft, Bourbon Chase on the outside, and then StarQuest, and now Central Love is dropped back, and the trailer is Lieutenant Mitchell, and the quarter went in 23 seconds. Storm the Empire by 3/4 of a length. Dr. Kraft in between horses, and on the outside is the favorite, Bourbon Chase. A break of almost 4 lengths now to Central Love. They're coming for the head of the stretch. It's still Storm the Empire who has the lead. Bourbon Chase is on the outside, moving it to second. And Dr. Kraft is next in third. Central Love is down at the rail. And here comes Bourbon Chase now, who is kicking in with an eighth of a mile to the finish. It is Bourbon Chase who has the lead. Storm the Empire back running in second. And then Dr. Kraft. And on the outside, Starquist is putting in a big late run here. Starquist is going to get to the favorite and win it. Starquist, first-time starter, defeats the favorite first-time starter, Bourbon Chase.
Like he jumped in at the 16th pole, Starquist, the first-time starter at 4-1, top selection. JK and Acacia runs down the favorite, Bourbon Chase, who came up empty late.
Yeah, I don't think this will be a prep for the Breeders' Cup, but it's a very odd race by Starquist, right? A horse that sort of showed some brief speed, seemed to drop out of it and seemed to be doing no running whatsoever. I mean, look where,
how far back
he is, right? He's not even in the race. I mean, he's ahead of my horse, though, who Lieutenant Mitchell showed speed first time, by the way. It was quite a performance by him today. And it looked like the 6, Bourbon Chase, was on his way to a victory, and he just flew by him here. I'm not sure if a bit of an optical illusion, if they were just sort of stopping up front.
Look, Starquist found his best stride late,
right,
but Bourbon Chase was breathing fire the last couple hundred yards.
Right, and because even look at the 5 horse who seemed to be passed, right, the first, or Dr. Kraft, he seemed to be going nowhere, and even he was closing in. Unfortunately, I wish he'd been second, but 4-5, Irad and Todd Pletcher, there's a lesson in there somewhere. There's always a lesson.
Little over bet, but top selection, JK and Acacia, 3-1 at post time, a 4-1, 3-6-5. In the opener, we await prices. Top of the show, we mentioned today's main event early, race 3, 82nd running of the Beldame. There's the field, grade 2, $250,000 purse, fillies and mares, mile and an eighth, post 1 for the favorite Nest, 1-5 on the morning line, and this is part of the reason why, Andy, Nest, what she did at Saratoga this summer, 2 runaway grade 1 wins, the CCA Oaks and the Alabama.
It feels like the biggest heartbreaker in Saratoga this summer was Nest. Look at the performances of these 3-year-old
really
fillies that faced her in the cotillion. I mean, they were a bunch that just wanted to go away. It's like not only did she win these races convincingly, literally she broke the spirit of a bunch of very nice horses that finished a city block behind her. Maybe this wasn't as devastating a performance, and it certainly wasn't from a speed figure standpoint, as her remarkable performance in the CCA Oaks. One of the better races we saw by any horse in the dirt this year, not named Flightline. She's very, very good. And I like the fact that she's running in more races. She really seems to thrive on competition.
So Todd Pletcher, and he said it again this week, of all the horses he's run in the Belmont Stakes, he's run a lot of them. He's won several of them. That this is the only one, the filly who ran second in the Belmont, who's actually, quote, thrived following the Belmont.
You could argue that the Belmont is the race that woke her up. I mean, no disrespect. She was always a very nice horse. But Secret Oath buried her in the Kentucky Oaks. She had a tougher trip, and she beat her fair and square. It's a completely different story in the subsequent races.
Everything you see on that screen, she is much the best in the division. Grade 1 wins, money earned, etc. All adds up to the making of a 3-year-old filly champion, Nest. But, Andy, we don't want to concede anything, and I'm going to follow this up with you a little bit later on in what could potentially lead to an upset in today's Beldame with Nest. Early, 3rd race on the program. First things first, Starquist for the Bromans, a homebred, victorious on debut by Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, Kentucky Derby winner Nyquist. Starquist, trained by John Kimmel, standing by with Acacia in the winner's circle.
A horse that put it all together late, Lafitte. As John, you were saying to me, you thought Starquist didn't really handle the kickback too well today.
Well, it certainly looked like that to me. Down the backside, he was in a good spot. They kind of started to get away from him. As soon as the dirt hit him, he started to back up pretty well, and it was like, ooh, we might be in trouble here. And Eric kind of took him to the outside, cleared the kickback, hit him a few times, and here he came running and was able to run down the lead horse.
He came flying late, too. Tell me your thoughts on that debut. He really seemed like he put it all together in the latter stages.
He's been training really well. Actually, Keish, I breezed him like 3 times on the grass. I just thought when I started breezing him early on the dirt that he might be a grassy kind of horse. The Nyquist seemed to run pretty well, for me at least, on the grass. And I worked him a few times over at the Belmont training track, and he worked pretty good, well enough from the gate to make me think, hey, I would prefer a dirt horse anyway. So, you know, that's really why we opted to run here instead of going to the grass.
Well, it worked out. A nice maiden winner. Congratulations, Sean.
Thanks, Acacia.
And yet another New York bred first out winner, a homebred for the Romans, Lafitte.
Acacia 1 for 1 in the afternoon, as is J.K. Starquist. John Kimmel had him ready to roll. We turn the page, race 2. Any thoughts going into this one? Restricted $35,000 claimer, Andy.
I actually picked the horse that Jonathan mentioned, Ario, but I have zero confidence. I'm amazed that Jonathan would use this as his best bet race, but I tip my hat for that. It's a gutsy move. I think the most important thing to note, there's 2 turf courses here. The outer course, which is the only one we use for turf sprints. We do run routes on occasionally, but a lot of the routes are run in the inner. Yesterday was the first day of this meet, and yesterday was what, about day 18 of the meet, or day 15 of the meet, where we took the rails down to 0, where they were completely down. First day of the meet. And if you look at the 3 races run in the inner, 2 of them were won wire to wire in exaggerated fashion. Big blowout wins. One was a heavy favorite. One of them was a somewhat improbable horse in the last race who buried the field, galloping along on the lead on the rail. The only other race on the inner was War Like Goddess effort, and actually makes her performance even more impressive. But think of who finished second in there. A bit of a price horse who was trying to wire on the inside. So there is a big advantage to horses that can secure the rail, particularly in front, but also on the rail. Whether or not that's going to happen in here, who it's going to be, I have no idea. But if you can try to figure it out and it works for you, the inside advantage on these inner turf course races.
Something to keep in mind. Race 2 coming up in 25 minutes. Also, a recap of yesterday's main event when we return. The Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, War Like Goddess. Statement race. She beats the boys with ease. Next stop, the Breeders' Cup Turf next month in Lexington. We'll recap.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked number 1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. En route to the Freedom Tower, Fast City, fast horses here at the Big A. And this was the scene yesterday afternoon. And a fast mare in War Like Goddess defeating the boys, Andy, in the 45th running of the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic.
She made a very, very conclusive argument that she is clearly the best turf router in the country.
regardless of sex.
I don't care what they are. She's just, and I'll tell you, like, she had never run this well. She had never run against horses as good as these, and I know it's a division that's been a little hungry at times, but she didn't even have an easy, I mean, she had a decent enough trip, but she was never on the rail. She was always off the rail. The rail was the place to be. She ran a 105 buyer. She just demolished these horses yesterday, and you don't really know what Euros are coming. We know the ARC winner is going to the Japan Cup, so she's not going to have to deal with that terrific horse. But of the U.S.-based horses, good luck. If she shows up, she's going to be very tough in the Breeders' Cup.
More like Goddess, top-ranked turf female, as Andy just mentioned, maybe the top-ranked racehorse period in North America, long-distance turf running. Third in last year's Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf. This year, the plan is the Breeders' Cup Turf, richest turf race in North America. Yeah, that's the question is she good enough to compete at that level? You believe she is in terms of the domestic competition, but bring up the point about the Europeans and how well the Europeans typically do in grass races in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, and we just don't really know at this point who's going to come. And I tell you the truth, other than some horses like Bahid, I'm not that familiar with some of the horses over there this year. So we'll see who comes over. She is very, very good. And even if some decent Euros come, based on this race yesterday, she's going to be tough even for the Euros to run in there. And it's interesting because Regal Glory looked to have a hammerlock on the Filly and Mare Turf division. With her loss yesterday to Natalia and this horse's win, it's a lot more wide open right now. And I'm not going to say that Natalia with the win yesterday and the Diana isn't in the conversation as well, but she wins the Breeders' Cup Turf. They won't be able to deny her that title.
And in terms of the Breeders' Cup Turf and females, 3 of the last 7 have been won by fillies or mares, including the 2 at Keeneland, Found and Tarnawa. Acacia is with us. Acacia, what was your lasting impression of Warlike Goddess's performance in yesterday's Turf Classic?
I was impressed by how easily she did it, Lafitte, as Jose Lozcano asked her to overtake Bye Bye Melvin, who was the pace setter as we had anticipated. In just a couple of strides, she'd really kicked in gear and pulled away impressively. I thought that it showed once again just her agility on top of the talent that we know that's there. And she seems to be a horse that's continued to flourish as she's gotten older, which is not surprising given that she's a 5-year-old by English Channel, as progeny usually do get better with more distance and as they get older. She got a career best by her speed figure yesterday of 105 as well, and Jose Lozcano did everything right on her, and I do like that she has become a horse that has been so fun to follow on the racetrack, and it is cool to see a little bit of girl power as well. The first one since all along to win the Turf Classic, now the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, but that was a really impressive performance from her, and I think that she is the U.S.'s best chance going into the Breeders' Cup Turf, and given how well she's stacked up against males and some good horses yesterday, could be exciting going into that Breeders' Cup, Lafitte.
Trending in the right direction, Warlike Goddess. Yeah, as you mentioned, almost 40 years since a female had won the Turf Classic. Warlike Goddess, stellar yesterday in the Saturday feature here at Aqueduct. As for today's stakes races, we have 3 graded stakes events, the Beldame in race number 3, and more Breeders' Cup preps. Later today, the Futurity. 2-year-olds winning your in for the Juvenile Turf Sprint. Naggarok is the favorite in a very competitive edition of the Grade 3 Futurity. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
Standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all, home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup, Keeneland.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare in full, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the full stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer. See people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
A cool experience for the horse racing fan, and a great way to introduce new potential fans. As always, our coverage here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years, doing the usual, unusually well. Field for today's aforementioned Futurity 2-year-olds 3/4 of a mile sprint on grass Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the juvenile turf sprint, number 2 Naggarock, 5-2 morning line favorite. This is his maiden win late September, right here, Aqueduct. Andy Naggarock in command from the start.
People wondering where he has his odd name. It's Corrigan, the original owner's name, spelled backwards. And this was a sensational private purchase of a horse that got a preposterous ride in his debut. Well, not the case when Manny Franco's riding, who's having an incredible year. Put him right in the front end, very impressive. And Graham Motion obviously not wanting to come back in 15 days, but he understands. You got to take your shot. You got a Breeders' Cup juvenile turf sprint that looked a lot easier before that massive upset yesterday in a very fast running of the Matron, 87 buyer for that winner. But Naggarock, if he can come back and duplicate that effort, very tough.
Gaslight Dancer, early September, Kentucky Downs, handling that undulating turf course just fine.
I didn't think it was a big speedway or anything out there. It's not like it was late when they took the rails down. This was a joke. I think this is the worst to beat off of that effort. And I know some people say, well, they got to come from Kentucky Downs. Well, didn't yesterday's winner maybe come from there and improve substantially? I like Gaslight Dancer.
Inflation Nation, early September, Saratoga. I like the way he fought late in this one, Andy.
Okay, that's fair. And I'm not knocking him. He can absolutely win. And, you know, friends with the connections, love to see him do well in here. My problem with him, this race, all 4 horses going to show can absolutely win this race. He's had perfect trips in all of his starts, and I always worry about relatively short-priced horses and perfect trips. No reason he shouldn't get a good trip today, but he's had very good trips. I didn't love the second effort as much as I liked his first effort, but he's clearly a major player.
And here's Determined Gesture, scratched out of yesterday's Matron to run here. The filly beating the boys in the Rosie Stakes at Colonial last month.
Beat him. She looked like Warlike Goddess in his turf sprint in this race.
She's 35 to 1. She looks like she's 3 to 5.
She ran very well in her debut, rained off the grass at Saratoga. Her trainer, Phil Schoenthal, says that she was in heat for her second race. Well, I don't know where that is on the list of trainer excuses, but I'm going to have to believe it. I like and respect Phil, but I mean, this is a joke, and this race came up legitimately quick for these kind of horses. Phil made a very good decision scratching against the girls yesterday, the Matron, to run against a smaller field against the boys, simply because the race yesterday by the girls came up so fast. He's on a free roll running against the boys here. Wherever she finishes, she probably wasn't winning yesterday, and she certainly can win today.
Horses win at 35 to 1. Not like that. That was convincing. We'll have a chance to see her again in the Futurity. Breeders' Cup, of course, just a month away, so time now to build that Breeders' Cup bankroll builder. You can earn a $20 bonus when you bet $50 in exactas on the Futurity and score a $20 bonus, win or lose. Visit nirobets.com to opt in and get the full bankroll builder schedule. That's coming up later on this afternoon. Meantime, horses in the paddock for the second updated odds. Start of the early pick 4, $35,000 claimer. Restricted, non-winners 3 lifetime, mile and a 16th on grass. You're looking at the tepid favorite. Currently 9 to 1 towards the outside on Aviano. Jose Ortiz to ride. Over to Acacia standing by with this race 2 paddock report.
And Lafitte, this race is a bit of a head scratcher, and we'll take a look at a couple of horses who do make some sense in this race, starting with the 3 Box and Score, who is taking a drop in class. One of the problems about this horse is that he just doesn't have any speed. Now, he does cut back to the mile and a 16th here today, which I like for him, because while he does physically look like a horse that could get those longer distances, he's always been a very high energy type, and I've always been a little bit concerned as to whether going longer is really what he wants. And while he's sharp today and forward as he always is, he's not doing too much, which I do appreciate. They added the blinkers 2 starts back when he ran at this level and distance in Saratoga, and he ran an okay third that day. Last time out, stepping up against tougher, I guess, giving him one more try at Colonial, just off so slow and kind of clunked along for 4th. I thought this is the right spot for Box and Score. Let's see if he gets the kind of trip that he would need to be successful in this spot. As we take a look at the number 9, Aviano, yes, first off the claim for Jose Camejo, who has tremendous numbers off the claim. Not as much on the turf, but this is a horse who ran for the claiming tag for the first time last time out, and it seemed like the for sale sign was up that day. He has been gelded, which hasn't changed him too much. He has always been a more of a lighter frame type of individual. It doesn't carry a ton of condition, but maybe it will help a little bit with focus, as they also put the short cup cheater blinkers on. He's a horse that has the tendency to kind of telescope prior to his races. He lacks some focus overall, and he doesn't actually necessarily appear a little bit more focused. Maybe all of that equipment change will help him in the new barn. Lafitte?
See if he can lock in, focus, and perform at a high level. Good enough to win this one. Maybe you're just joining us, don't have past performances, want to get involved. Equibase has you covered. Follow all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races. On today's show, post parade for the second. KP All Systems Go at 17 to 1.
Yeah, they scratched the other one in the dirt in a few days to get this one in. Tough post to overcome with an outside post, and probably not good enough in a race that's wide open.
Goldini will actually break from the rail. Saddle Towel to Box and Score and Manny Franco.
Yeah, Michael Leslie should send Goldini his best chance. Box and Score. He draws draw inside, so Manny can save ground, but he's a plotter.
Huge checkpoint would be a huge surprise.
Yeah, he's one of the 2 horses in this race, both huge prices that are tough to make.
Sid Finch. If Sid Finch was real, the Mets could use him tonight.
Yeah, but every team could use Sid Finch tonight. Don't just say the Mets. San Diego would be in a bidding war. He is a deep closer who doesn't rate to get the right setup off a long layoff.
Fictitious baseball player, a pitcher who could throw 168 miles an hour. Sid
You
Finch.
sure he wasn't real? Stop
Number
it,
7, Mr.
Are you
Kringle.
telling me Santa Claus doesn't exist next? You're like the worst. Mr. Kringle, speaking of Santa Claus, oh, actually, he's invited. That's not what it's about. But he's one of the worst to beat, who's an overlay, but he doesn't win. But 7-1's a very fair price.
I'm going to spoil the end of Usual Suspects, too. Sonic Speed, 6-1. Then the favorite, Aviano, 3-1. First after the claim, Jose Camejo.
I thought you were Kaiser Sose. Aviano is ridiculously overbet. Camejo does very well off the claim on dirts. Not the same on the turf. And his last race was absolutely atrocious.
See what happened at the end of 6 cents?
I knew that about 6 cents in the first scene. I don't understand the thing. I don't get it. My friend's very mad at me about that.
That's JK's best bet of the afternoon, yes?
I picked Ario.
All right.
I give Jonathan a gold star for making anyone in this race his best bet. If he could clear the lead, which I don't think he can, if he does, he probably win.
Inflation adjusted, revving his engines.
Yeah.
Jose Lezcano, big day yesterday.
Yeah, and he could be forward, but Jose's not always that aggressive.
Won yesterday's Vosburg and Turf Classic. To the outside, Dante's Fire, marooned outside.
He's got races that can win it. Not recently necessarily, but a deep closer who's dropping down on some tough spots. Very odd, heavy favorite in this race. A tough race for anyone to be 3-1.
Challenging handicapping endeavor, the second post time, 5 minutes, and still to come. She's a champion in the making. Nest, nation's top-ranked 3-year-old filly. She runs today and soon taking on her elders for the first time in the third race, the 82nd running of the Beldame. Look at her pose.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Live coverage from Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Be racing on that turf course in just a couple of moments. 2 minutes out. Race number 2. $35,000 claimers. Non-winners 3 lifetime means they're all for sale. They're all 2 for something. And there's another look at the lukewarm favorite, Aviano, with Jose Ortiz in the saddle, 3-1. Tough race.
I don't know. I understand a lot of what goes on, or people bet trainers. And Jose Cameo, sort of recently bursting on the scene, has won a lot of races off the claim, but his dirt numbers off the claim are tremendous. His numbers off the claim with the turf, while not nearly as many starters, are nothing special. He had a couple horses off the claim the other day that did no running whatsoever in the same race. And I realize this horse has the best races of any of these recently. But I think it's important to watch his last race because he wasn't bad. He was atrocious. Irad gave him a good ride after he broke a little slowly. He got in good position and backed up. Claim from Todd Pletcher, and he's going to turn it around. And you want 3-1 in a race where trip is going to be very important, saving ground is going to be important. To me, no gamble in this race at 3-1 is the right idea. This is a race where the favorite should be 5-1.
How surprised
I'm not. David Aragona made him the favorite, and he's a great morning line maker. The 11, as far as the 11 Aereo, the problem with Aereo is he's run well in the dirt before, and his race off of a substantial layoff was abysmal, and that's being kind. He was essentially eased. So there has to be a real question of whether or not this horse can run anymore. And I'm not even confident that he can get the lead because any of the 2, 4, and 10 potentially are faster than him, and getting the lead is going to be dependent on how aggressive the rider is. And while Eric can be aggressive, he often isn't. He's often intimidated if other guys are aggressive. So I don't have a problem with betting him, and I picked him. But honestly, I find this race to be completely inscrutable.
JK, he's your best bet of the afternoon, Ario pictured.
Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of things got to kind of go Ario's way. But I do like Ario in this spot for a couple of reasons that I talked about. One, this horse ran numbers that are competitive with the horses that are, the top choices in here back when this horse was a 3-year-old. Did it for Brittany Russell, who wins at a high percentage. But the Cantor Marcy's can move horses up, too. I don't care who they get them from. And, look, obviously the last race, something went wrong. Horse got beat 57 lengths and hasn't been seen. Now shows back up in here on the turf. I just feel like this horse can run better off of that performance. I'm pretending the last one didn't even exist, and I'm looking back to the 2021 races to hope that this horse will run a little bit better as a 4-year-old. And luckily enough, we have Acacia to kind of help me out a little bit here on how the horse actually looks, because that's the question. Are we going to see the same performance we saw back in 2021, or are we going to see what we saw last time?
Well, I think, Jonathan, there's a really good chance that he's going to move forward today. And I wasn't in the paddock for his last race, but watching his recent races and looking at that layoff and what I see from him today, I think it's fair to say that he probably needed that last race. He's a big, heavier-bodied, very, very solid type of horse. And for a horse that hadn't run in 9 months and coming back on maybe a surface that he doesn't necessarily prefer, you could absolutely assume that he needed that race to get a little bit more fitness in. He has some speed, and while he's still a bigger bodied type of individual, he absolutely should move forward coming back in his second race. He also looks more like a turf horse. He has a flatter hoof to him as well. So I am intrigued by him. I think that this is a good spot. And again, the horses coming in from the Cantor Marcy barn just always look the picture of health too, and do tend to carry a little bit more condition maybe than some others. So keeping that in mind as well. But the number 10, Inflation Adjusted, this was a horse that Linda Rice had claimed back at Saratoga and was the final day of the meet when he ran in that starter last time on the dirt. And he looks more like a turf horse as well. Flatter hoof to him, built more like turf. And I don't know if it had any bearing on that last race too, and it wasn't his preferred surface, but he came into the paddock without blinkers, which is equipment that he had typically worn, and sometimes that can happen when coming in for a new barn. And being the last day of the meet, a lot of the things that they keep in the paddock had been packed away already, and the only house blinkers available were a really full cup. He has a different type of blinker on today. I'm sure Linda Rice has gotten a chance to figure him out as well. I just think this is the right spot for this guy, who got a very aggressive warm-up from Jose Lezcano, and I think will be forward in here, Lafitte.
6-1 for your top selection, Acacia. Inflation Adjusted. Jose Lezcano winning yesterday's Vosburg and Turf Classic. Wide open here, Andy. You gave Mr. Kringle a look as well at a price.
Yeah, he's a great price at 9-1 in here because he's good enough to win dropping. I boxed 7, 8, 11. They're both decent enough prices. I think the 9 is way overbet. I think the 3 is probably overbet at 7-2. Like I said, anybody but the 4 or 6 would not surprise me. I wouldn't even be shocked at the 5. Ran a little bit in this race, Sid Finch, and he's too big a price at 35-1. This is a crapshoot. Some horses are going to get decent trips and win here, but this is a very, very, very. The turf routes today, all 3 of them, are extremely wide open, including the Knickerbocker much later in the card.
Part of that pick 6 with the $85,000 plus carryover. for the Sunday program. Get started in race number 4. Ario towards the outside, JK's top selection of the afternoon. The favorite at 3-1 still, make it 7-2. Aviano, it's post time. Here's Johnny I.
And they're off. A huge checkpoint going out for the lead, but now quickly moving up on the outside is Ario. And Ario has taken the lead. A huge checkpoint, runs in second. And on the outside is Inflation Adjusted, moving up from third. Then comes Mighty Meister next in fourth. Rank there is Sid Finch, who's down towards the rail. On the outside is Mr. Kringle. Then comes Box and Score, who is racing in 7th position as the field goes around the clubhouse turn. Sonic Speed is next in 8th. KP All Systems Go is in 9th. Down on the inside is, at the back of the pack, is Aviano, along with Goldini and Dante's Fire. Quarter and 24 seconds. And it is Ario who has the lead here, getting away to lead by a length and a half. Inflation Adjusted is in second. Then comes Mighty Meister in third, a huge checkpoint down on the inside. As the field continues along with Ario the lead around a half and 49-1. Inflation Adjusted remains in second. Mighty Meister, a huge checkpoint, heads apart third and fourth. Sonic Speed gaining ground on the outside from fifth. Then comes Mr. Kringle in sixth. KP All Systems Goes in seventh. Box and Score making up some progress now in between horses. And then comes Sid Finch and Dante's Fire, 3/4 13-3, and the field is in the stretch, and it is Inflation Adjusted, and here comes Mr. Kringle now. It is Inflation Adjusted, and Mr. Kringle down on the inside is Ario, and KP All Systems Go is kicking in late. KP All Systems Go has got the momentum here and is going to be in a three-way photo. KP All Systems Go was right there, along with Inflation Adjusted.
Driving finish in the second race, Belmont at the Big A. KP All Systems Go. Sonic Speed. Inflation Adjusted heads bobbing on the wire.
Yeah, this was the 10. It feels like the 10 Inflation Adjusted gutted it out. A nice pick by Acacia. Cold double from Acacia, actually. Inflation Adjusted got it done, stalking in the 2 path as the 11. Jonathan, my 11. We had the right idea, but the horse just can't run anymore. And no excuse whatsoever. It felt like the 1A. If you bet the 1A KP All System Go, you're standing there dazed right now. Because this horse, I mean, looked 1 to 5 to roll by, and maybe a little bit. The inside path's a little bit better, though the 10 had drifted quite considerably at this point. Who is that between horses? I don't think that's Sonic Speed. The 7. It's the 7.
And Mr.
Kringle, who kind of did a good job of getting inside and kind of hung, but it looks like Inflation Adjusted gutted it out. If you have the 1A at 24-1, oh my gosh, you must be sick.
Brutal. Had all the momentum, and yet Inflation Adjusted, green colors, now we have a better look at it. Inflation Adjusted just keeps digging, reaching, fending off all challengers.
And by the way, Eric Cancel gave R11 a great ride. That horse just can't run anymore. Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, the 1A looked like he was going by for certain.
He got right up to his flank,
right?
And you're waiting for him to
poke
his head in front. 10-1-7-3, Inflation Adjusted, Jose Lizcano. Big afternoon yesterday, the win in the Vosburg Elite Power, the win in Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, Warlike Goddess, and the win here for Linda Rice, Inflation Adjusted. Acacia had the winner in the first 2 races, and not favorites here. Like 5-1 at post time, Inflation Adjusted. In an exciting second race, Belmont at the Big A.
I'm kind of proud that in my top 4 picks, I had 2 of the first 3 finishers, even though I had the winner 4th. This was a crazy tough race, and a lot of credit to Acacia for getting this one home in here. And it was as wild a race, I think, on the racetrack as it looked like on paper. And these are fun races, and you talk about wide open races. And really, my heart goes out to people that bet a horse like the 1A at 24-1. You know, if you hang at 3-1. So be it. When you hang like that at 24-1, even if I don't bet them, I can feel the pain.
Tough pill to swallow.
You know?
Having to settle for second on this afternoon. Inflation Adjusted, Jose Lizcano, Linda Rice. 10-1, 7-3 results when we come back. And The man who trains the filly to beat in the Beldame, Todd Pletcher, Hall of Famer, 5-time Beldame winning trainer. This filly could make it 6. Nest. What else can you say? She's been sensational, and you get to see her run in about half hour in the Beldame.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
The Kentucky October Yearling Sale at Fasig-Tipton. Nearly 1,600 cataloged, including a multitude of yearlings by the nation's top 20 sires. Kentucky October grads have won or placed in over 200 stakes this year, including recent Grade 1 winners Goodnight Olive, Jack Christopher, and Pennsylvania Derby winner Taba. Your last chance to buy yearlings in 2022. Kentucky October Yearlings, October 24th through 27th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Honor Code, a multiple Grade 1 winner from the final crop of the legendary AP Indy. Never off the board in 11 starts, he was crowned champion older horse before retiring. Now he is living up to the promise of his pedigree. With progeny like Grade 1 winners Honor AP, Max Player, and Maracuja, and multiple 6-figure yearling sales, Honor Code stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Stirring stretch drive in the second. Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, brought to you in part by Run Happy. Sire whose progeny can carry his speed from all distances on all surfaces. Inflation adjusted, able to repel the late charge from KP All Systems Go. Mr. Kringle posing for pictures, 13:20. And winning pilot Jose Lezcano with Acacia in the winner's circle.
And he just got tackled by Kendrick Carmouche, who he beat on the line. Jose Lezcano with inflation adjusted. Jose, I saw you give this horse a big warm-up today. Was that the game plan to have him be forward?
Yeah, watching his replay, and I see he's kind of lazy with the other rider. I see he uses right for the break. I want to make sure she jump in the bright right away, and she do, Gumero good, and she send a little bit, and after she jump right in the bright, and she's there the whole way. Gonna ask is, he really respond,
He was game at the wire, too. Did you know that you had it right there?
No, it's very close, very close.
Yesterday, a big day for you with Elite Power and Warlike Goddess. I wanted to ask about Warlike Goddess in particular. As you were telling me, she's not the biggest, but what a stride on her and the way she reacted when you asked her.
Oh, yeah, she's very nice filly, Yesterday, I got very good get back, But she's very nice, she do everything right. And, when you ask her, she take a couple jumps, they go in full stride. When he take it as stride, she really take you off,
A big performance from her yesterday. Congratulations on a great day yesterday and another win today, Jose.
Thank you.
Jose Lezcano, the man of the weekend, Lafitte.
Acacia, the handicapper of the hour. 2 wins in the first 2 races. Inflation adjusted, 3-1-5 Racing. Those are the owners, trained by Linda Rice, digging, fighting on the inside with Jose Lezcano, and just able to hold on. Run Happy photo revealing the winner. Inflation adjusted. Look at the photo for second there, Andy. Look at that.
Yeah, no, listen, I think these are one of the reasons you like these big fields, you like races like this. Listen, this is a very hard handicapping puzzle, but prices abound. The winner who paid $13, 24 to 1 second, 10 to 1 third, blanket finish. If you can find a way to get the winners and the exactas, any of the gimmicks in these races, you're going to get paid. And that's what's fun about having bigger fields of reasonably evenly matched horses on paper. Not an easy handicapping job, but you're going to get paid if you're right.
And while we love grass racing and those close driving finishes, a different brand of racing is next with a smaller field, but it is the Sunday main event with a Grade 2 Beldame, 82nd running, fillies and mares, mile and an eighth, $250,000 purse, number 1 Nest, odds-on favorite, trained by Todd Pletcher. He is the consummate professional. He's won just about every major horse race under the sun. Todd Pletcher. For years, we were referencing him as a future Surefire Hall of Fame trainer. We can drop the Surefire part now. 2 years ago in the summer, inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. For those closest to him, for those that have known him longest, probably saw this coming a long time ago.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's gonna give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claiming. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had 36,000 in the bank. And I said, "That's a good start on your college education right there."
I have never in my life been known except, "Oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother." I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
relationship. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, "I'm going to have a name for you." You know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and this, Assessing, and this. I said, "You're El Duro." He said, "What does that mean?" I said, "El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro."
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, Lights Town, Uncle Mo, English Channel, Forward Alley, Stay Thirsty, Alice Malice, Quality Road, Left Bank, Cross Traffic, Lawyer Ron, Wait a While, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Razzo.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work, and I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because of a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
And how proud his family must be. Todd Pletcher, forever enshrined with the best of the best in the Hall of Fame. Pletcher and the filly he trains, there she is, Nest, on her way over for the Beldame in about 18 minutes in a race, Andy, that Todd Pletcher knows very well. A 5-time winner and counting. Princess of Silmar, most recent, 2013. A Shadow, his first, 2005. The question today, will Nest be next? We're going to find out in about 18 minutes.
The really amazing thing, and I say this not kidding, is that he hasn't won the race in 9 years. I mean, if somebody said to me, right, when do you think the last time Todd Pletcher won it? I said, if I give you a 3-year gap, it's somewhere in the last 4 years. And to me, one of the most striking things about Todd, obviously, great trainer, great success, and you know, it's all there. He's a very, very, very bright guy. A very thoughtful, smart person. And I think that's one of the reasons he's as successful as he is, not because he's incredibly well prepared, but he's a very thoughtful guy. And I got to know him when he first started training back in the mid-90s. And to me, it struck me right away that he was extremely smart and served him very well through what's been an amazing, amazing career.
And he's done a terrific job with that filly. 82nd running of the Beldame. She's the one to beat. 1-9, brilliant this summer. 2 Grade 1 wins, Saratoga, but summer's over. Now a different season, and today, a different test. The Beldame in 17 minutes.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Irish-born Ocean Road broke her maiden on second asking as a juvenile in England. At 3, she campaigned toward the prestigious Kazoo Oaks at Epsom for owner Qatar Racing. A multiple stakes performer and group placed in England, she took up residence in the U.S. with trainer Brendan Walsh at age 4. She went unbeaten in 2 starts this year, including the Grade 1 Gamely Stakes, where she defeated 2 Grade 1 winners.
Here comes Ocean Road after going to Vegas. Ocean Road from last to first.
By Australia, a champion son of Galileo, and out of a theatrical mare, Ocean Road is a half-sister to multiple Grade 1 winner Wigmore Hall and stakes winner Lady Liberty. Grade 1 winner Ocean Road, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Hunter Valley Agent.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're getting ready for the Grade 2 Beldame, the race you're about to watch that dates back to the late 30s. If you want to talk about some of the great fillies and mares that have won this race, it's like talking about great ball players that played in the All-Star game. Like, there's a lot of them. The Beldame, it goes back a long way, a celebrated event here in New York. Today, Nest is the favorite. If she wins that Beldame, her name will go with some of the very best fillies and mares that have ever raced in horse racing.
For more than 8 decades, the Beldame Stakes has produced champions. The race is named in honor of the mare Beldame, who competed from 1903 to 1905. In 1904, Beldame won 12 of 14 starts and was honored as Horse of the Year. Inaugurated in 1939, the list of winners of the Beldame has proved worthy of its namesake's legacy and established their own positions in history.
Ladies Secret has the lead. Then I say so a second. Ladies Secret in front.
2-time winner Lady Secret and 2011 victress Havre de Grace replicated Beldame's feat and were honored as Horse of the Year.
Ramon Dominguez eases up on Havre de Grace. She wins with something left.
17 Beldame winners are in the Hall of Fame, including 2-time winners Gamely, Susan's Girl, Lady Secret, and Personal Ensign. Other victors in the Hall of Fame are Cicada, Shoe V, Go for Wand, Heavenly Prize, Serena's Song, Shadow, and Royal Delta.
Royal Delta geared down to a triumphant victory here in the Beldame.
46 divisional champions possess a Beldame Triumph, including Life's Magic, Saratoga Dew, Beautiful Pleasure, Forever Unbridled, and Midnight Bijou.
Midnight Bijou just kissed Wildcat goodbye, and she goes on to victory.
Acclaimed turf rider John Hervey referred to the first edition of the Beldame as, quote, an experiment. But from the race's inception, it included the most elite fillies and mares in the nation. The experiment swiftly instituted itself as one of the most prized trophies in the sport for fillies and mares.
Just hearing those names, seeing those images, notable winners of the Beldame, Andy, like not enough room on that screen for all of them.
Including my favorite horse,
Waya.
Who was an amazing turf horse, but also won the dirt when Peter Brandt bought her. I'm going to say I was at the top 7. I was at the Beldame for all of those 7 wins. Sorry, though, I never saw Shoe V and Dr. Fager are on my list of 2 horses I wish I had seen live.
And this year's edition, chance to see a very special 3-year-old filly, Nest. Updated odds field of 5, currently 1-9, and there she is, looking for yet another grade stakes victory, coming off the win in the Alabama, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the country. So we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the show, standing by in the paddock. Maggie, you've seen a lot of Nest. What is she showing you today?
It's just been remarkable, Lafitte, how she takes a step forward with each and every race under her belt this year. If anything, she's oozing more confidence here in the Aqueduct paddock than what I saw from her in both her performances up at the Spa. I mean, she's just really kind of fluid in the way she's walking. She looks fantastic. She's so strong in her overall appearance and well-muscled. And look, she matches up well against her older rivals as she faces them for the first time this year as a 3-year-old. So really no problems, at least from my vantage point here, with Nest. As we'll take a look, though, at the outside runner. And I got to catch up with Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott quite a lot yesterday as he took 2/3 of our graded stakes action. And we discussed the Beldame, and he said yes, I've won a lot of them, but I actually love to run second in the Beldame because I've had a lot of success running second in the Beldame and then going on to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff. He said it happened 3 times for him. So maybe that's what the game plan is with Travel Column here, is I have not seen her since she has turned 4. This is my first observation with her. She's 3rd off of a layoff. She has filled out and she has blossomed. She's done everything you want a filly to do from 3 to 4. Now she is sharp in here and she's feeling pretty feisty. I mean, the tail's been swishing the entire time here in the paddock. That's indicating to me that she's going to do what she projects to do on paper, and that is go to the lead. So I like her from a fitness perspective in here, Lafitte. Now, I just have never been the biggest fan of her going kind of beyond a mile. So I think the distance does stretch this filly a bit. But then again, maybe that's been the game plan all along for her to take those 2 stepping stone races off the long layoff and end up here.
The 2 sprints, Maggie, now back to a 2-turn event for the first time since the Kentucky Oaks. Travel Column at 15-1.
She was a very good 3-year-old last year, and we'll talk about her a little more at length because this is not a walkover for Nest. She's got some significant competition.
It's being bet like it is. 1-9, and there she is, Nest.
Listen, she's absolutely terrific. She's locked up the championship, but the horse we're looking at here is not bad.
Second in the Summer Colony at Saratoga, first to act.
76 buyer, 86 buyer, 95 buyer. Maybe she takes another step forward, and she was best in the Summer Colony. Ran exceptionally well.
Hybrid Eclipse, Maryland Invader.
I think Hybrid Eclipse and the Grass is Blue are hoping to somehow get 3rd in this race, and that would make their connections happy.
Blue Collar filly, a $20,000 purchase, the Grass is Blue.
You run them, and you hope for the best, and if Nest falters, you have a chance.
And Travel Column, there she is. For Bill Mott, who mentioned, 3 seconds in the Beldame that wound up Breeders' Cup Distaff winners.
Right. Well, she's not winning the Breeders' Cup Distaff. I don't know. The best race she ever ran from a buyer speed figure standpoint was the Fairgrounds Oaks. And she was one of the favorites, Kentucky Oaks, going off at 7-2. I don't think that Bill Mott wanted to run the Ballerina. I'm just guessing here, but that feels like an owner's call to me. She ended up basically acting as a rabbit for Bill Mott's 2 horses that finished, I believe, 2nd and 3rd in there, both of them closers. But she still ran reasonably well, setting a very quick pace in that race. She's a talented filly. She's going to be in front. And I don't think that people should underestimate the talent of horses like First to Act and Travel Column and think that Nest, who in my opinion shouldn't be 1-9, maybe 1-5, 2-5, is facing bad horses. She's not.
Nobody underestimating Nest, 1-9. This was 7 weeks ago at Saratoga. Andy and overwhelming her 3-year-old rivals once again, and to think that she does this in the Alabama in a race that she actually regressed off the Coaching Club American Oaks and still wins going away.
No, I mean, she's a heartbreaker. She really is. I mean, I said it earlier in the show, and I'll say it again. It's just like every horse that ran behind her in this race came back and couldn't get out of their own way in the cotillion. And you almost wonder if there were some lingering effects of having this beast just blow them off the racetrack. And I don't think you can say enough for how much she's improved for Todd Pletcher. And she's a terrific filly, already the 3-year-old champion, and she's likely, very, very likely to win. I'm not trying to say she's not going to win. I just don't want people to underestimate the competition. And I don't want people to see if perhaps something happens, she doesn't run her best race and she should lose. I don't think it diminishes how good she's been.
Maggie with co-owner Mike Rapoli.
And Joya Rapoli, of course, as well. And Joya, the good luck charms here, isn't she?
Bamboo.
She was here last week, too, with the special filly.
Yes, she was.
She comes to all the races. She's been bringing her. It's a big luck charm, and we've won 7 Grade 1s this year, having a great year. It's been a lot of fun, and now I almost need a Bamboo before Maria comes to the track, my wife. So me, Joya, and Bamboo are very important. So, but exciting race coming up, right?
Yeah, and the leader of that band of 7 Grade 1s, I think, is Nest. I mean, she was just jaw-dropping, Mike, in both her performances up at the Spa. Facing older company here, what are we expecting?
You know, listen, when we spoke to Aaron at Eclipse and Brian Spearman and Todd, you know, we wanted to get her another race. It was 11 weeks between races. We could have went to the Spinster to get a race over the track. She won the Ashland, so we know she likes the track. She won by 7.5. And I think it was more about getting her a good race here. I was actually happy to get the 1 post, to be honest with you. And let's just say, I mean, she's training great. She's doing everything great. It's older horses. There's there's a nice horse, number 2 horse, Shug's horse, very nice. And, you know, listen, this is really about, you know, getting her a start and focused on 4 weeks from now.
Yeah, obviously you have like chocolate gelato going there. Hopefully, fingers crossed, Nest after today. And Forte, he was impressive yesterday at Keeneland. I just want to know how many of your squad are going to Keeneland?
You know, these guys really are front runners because the bigger the race, the bigger the chance, the more come out of the woodwork. So I'm driving the Breeders' Cup crazy. I think I'm going to have to buy the Marriott Hotel and not be able to rent it out, but we'll probably have 75 people. I mean, if we got a chance, Over Control came in second with Mike McCarthy yesterday in a Grade 2 debutante, so it might be Chocolate Gelato, Over Control, Forte, Nest, and maybe I'll find the spot for Dynamic One.
I love it. Well, Mike, wishing you the best of luck here, and hopefully you have enough transportation to get down to Lexington, too.
Yes, unfortunately, I will have.
Well, Lafitte, it's always fun to catch up with the Rapoli crew. It's good to see Bamboo is here to cheer on Nest.
Not exaggerating. If it was an option to buy the hotel, he tried to. Mike Rapoli, 7 Grade 1 wins this year. As for Nest jockey Irad Ortiz, suffice it to say he has the hot hand. This was yesterday at Keeneland. First, Andy, Ortiz takes down the Woodford with Golden Pal, first of 3 graded stakes wins on the afternoon.
And I guess he'll be favored to win the Breeders' Cup Sprint coming up there, and no reason not to. He seems to run better at Keeneland than anywhere else.
Then the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity 2-year-old Ortiz Forte outlasting the favorite Loggins, but not without a little drama.
Right. I wish Irad wouldn't try to intimidate the way he does, but he gets away with it, and it helps him win, so I can't knock him for that. It's up to the stewards to speak to him if they don't like it.
And the Coolmore Turf Mile with Annapolis. Huge afternoon in Lexington for Ortiz.
And well as Todd Pletcher winning 2 of the 3 Grade 1s. Just a terrific performance. An improving horse in a division that's been open. Annapolis might end up being the favorite of at least the U.S.-based horses in the Breeders' Cup Mile.
He will be armed and dangerous for next month's Breeders' Cup. Irad Ortiz in moments. Another ride on Nest here in the Beldame. As for the competition, first to act like Nest by Curlin. This was her latest, that Summer Colony. You mentioned it. Saratoga, Andy, and first to act, who was hounding En Voutante throughout.
Yeah, I don't want to suggest that she's run as well as Nest has, because that would be completely incorrect. But what she is an improving horse, a lightly raced improving horse for one of the best trainers in the history of the game. And look at her improvement for Shug. A 76 buyer with a second. She gets an 86 buyer, winning her non-winners of 1. Shug thinks enough to run in what was a pretty competitive Summer Colony, probably the toughest Summer Colony we've ever run in Saratoga. She stalks the pace set by En Voutante, who's a graded stakes winner, she beats by 3 3/4 lengths, and the horse sitting behind her was coming off a very good effort behind Search Results, who's a major player in the Breeders' Cup distaff. She gets a perfect trip and just runs her down at the wire. 76, 86, 95 buyers. Does she have another jump up in her? Now, not an easy thing to do, but if she does, Lafitte, she puts herself in a category of a horse who can give a tussle. And no surprise, even though she's incorrectly the 3rd choice on the board, the 1-2 exacta is the shortest exacta.
Maggie, your thoughts on first to act?
Well, as Andy mentioned, Shug McGahee is a Hall of Fame trainer for a reason, because he's such a master at developing horses and kind of letting them speak to him, or I should say him listening to them, because if he feels as though they're heading in the right direction, they typically are, and it's typically evident in the way that they look. As this filly is actually put on conditioning, and sometimes that's not necessarily the case with Shug's horses. Sometimes the more they race, the more kind of racy they tend to look, but she continues to get stronger and more bullish looking. She's very relaxed back in the paddock, but she got on her toes quite nicely out in the racetrack. Love to see that with her. Now, I don't think she was necessarily flattered when leader of the band came back to regress quite a bit at Parks in her next start, though she was wired that day by her stablemate, and wondering if the track was playing fairly kind to horses on the front end, but she did regress to a 78 when running second at Parks. But look, there's upside to her, and I can see it here with her physically, but I still don't know if she's going to be able to beat Nest necessarily. And for me, Lafitte, I thought that the outside runner Travel Column was the next most interesting prospect.
Second choice at 8-1 Travel Column. JK is with us. Final thoughts as they move into line here, Jonathan.
The only way you beat 1-9 shots is if you can somehow take advantage of something that they're not good at. And there's no one in this race to do that. Ness can find the front if she needs it. She can take back, make one run. She's not going to have any problem with the distance. She's won at Aqueduct before. She's got the best rider in the country. She's got one of the best trainers ever. You can try to get cute and beat her here. I'll just sit and watch the 3-year-old champion gallop around there.
All adds up to 1-9. Nest taking on Older for the first time. Final prep for the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Post time for the 82 Beldame. 82nd running. Johnny I standing by with the call.
Travel column steps in, and we are ready. And they're off in the Grade 2 Beldame Stakes. And from that inside post, Nest is up with the front runners. It's the gray on the outside, a travel column, and in between those two is First to Act as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. Travel column on the outside, and the big favorite Nest is down at the rail. With First to Act now moving up on the outside. Then it's a break of 2.5 lengths back to Hybrid Eclipse, who sits in fourth, and trailing the field is The Grass is Blue. Opening quarter mile, 24 2/5 seconds. They're on the backstretch now, and it is Travel Column who leads here by 1.5 lengths. First to Act is second by a length, and Nest is now moving up on the outside. The leader is Travel Column by 1/2 length. First to Act in between horses. Nest, the 3-year-old filly, on the outside. It's a break of 3. Back to Hybrid Eclipse. The Grass is Blue remains at the back. 1/2 mile in 49 seconds. Travel Column is the leader, now with a 1/2 mile to the finish. Travel Column by a length. First to Act is second by 1/2 length. Nest on the outside now begins to move under Erod Ortiz Jr. It is Travel Column with the lead. Nest on the outside. First to Act in between horses. The front three have opened up a 6 lengths on Hybrid Eclipse. And now they're coming for the top of the stretch. It is Nest on the outside. And down at the rail, Travel Column. First to Act is being asked for more, and in third. It's Nest out in the middle of the track here with the lead, with 3/16 to the finish. Now Nest has opened up on the field. It is Nest in front, quickly drawing away here to lead by 6 or 7 lengths. First to Act is in second. Here is Nest, and the 3-year-old filly is at the top of her game right now. She easily wins this Grade 2 Beldame Stakes. Nest won by 8 lengths. First to Act was second. And the final time was 1 minute, 52 1/5 seconds.
Another blowout. Another mismatch. Nest by several in the Beldame. Wow.
Yeah, and the point before the race of talking about the talents of the 2 and 5 is so that people understand she won like I think a lot of people expected her to win. But she just didn't beat bad horses. And I understand how the time looks. We have run very few mile and eighth races here. The track's pretty tiring. And so I'm not bothered with this time at all. She beat a solid racehorse, and she beat her like she's a 10-claimer. This is a very, very impressive filly. And listen, this is one of the better Breeders' Cup Distaff groups between the likes of Malathot or Stablemate, who's running later in the Spinster, Clairiere, Search Results. This is one of the better groups we've seen in a while, and this 3-year-old filly has a real chance to beat those horses, and that's saying a lot.
Latruska running later today as well. There's Mike Rapoli, 7 Grade 1 wins this year. Beldame, the Grade 2, co-owned by Eclipse Thoroughbreds, Aaron Wellman. Those are the Eclipse colors. Michael House, Nest. And it's how easily she's doing it. Essentially a carbon copy of what we saw at Saratoga in the Coaching Club, American Oaks, the Alabama. Erod Ortiz checking the rearview mirror, looking for competition. There was none. Another just gliding under the wire against, as you mentioned, quality fillies.
Right. These are not bad horses behind her. I'm not saying they're the best horses in the country, but I don't think people should mistake them for a bunch of bad horses that they just sort of lined up as competition for Nest. And, you know, Jonathan talked about it beforehand. She showed enough speed to make the 5 have to run a little bit to get that lead. She settles in for third. She gets herself the outside. She's not only talented, she's multidimensional in that she can make her own trips. And that's the really good horses, the horses that can put themselves in a position to not be compromised by race dynamics. She is a sensational filly, and I don't think you can say enough about the job that Todd Pletcher has done with this horse. I mean, this is a horse that was a huge work in progress, and in the last 4 months, she has turned her life around.
We covered her first race this year in the Suncoast at Tampa. We thought she was okay.
Yeah.
Going in, she was all right. We'll see how she develops. What she's done since then, the Ashland, the Grade 1 win, second in the Kentucky Oaks, runner-up in the Belmont Stakes, and then she's really taken it to another level. This summer, the 2 Grade 1 wins at Saratoga, and this one, and what an absolute pro. Ears twitching at the wire, asking Erod Ortiz, like, what else do you want from me? Nest in another Stellar performance. Reaction when we come back. Nest, good as advertised. No problems at the start. No issues throughout. Wins going away. Nest dominant in the Beldame. Next stop, Keeneland in Lexington for the Breeders' Cup Distaff. We'll be right back.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just when to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
Launch your Thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart, the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
What a performance we just saw from Nest and the Beldame here on America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Winner Circle lead-in. Look at the entourage. Brought to you by Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event taking place Sunday, November 6th. After the Breeders' Cup, where will you be? Mike Rapoli might have to try to buy that hotel, Andy.
Well, I don't listen. He says he's got 75 people coming. There aren't 70 people that I like. 75 people in the world that I like. So I can't even relate to what he's talking about. But I did like how he's talking about how they're jumping on the bandwagon. I hope it doesn't get to a situation where Mike's having a bad year. But if you own racehorses, everybody's going to have a bad year at some point. And I'm going to have to talk to Mike at that point and see who his real friends are that were sticking around when things aren't going quite as well.
We saw the scene following the Alabama with Aaron Wellman and his Eclipse Thoroughbred partners. Mike Rapoli, the entourage, Nest, and the fact that what she did today, it's hard for horses to maintain that very top peak form. She seems to be doing it with ease. Nest and jockey Irad Ortiz standing by with Maggie in the winner's circle.
I mean, I'd like to ride Nest, Irad, as she is just explosive. She is such a talented filly.
Yeah, she's doing unbelievable right now. She's in a great condition. She's can see her last 3 races, what she been doing. I mean, it crushed the fields, and it's amazing to be in this kind of horse and top of her. And she's nice. She's just really nice.
Her trainer, Todd Pletcher, has said that she is one of the only horses that has come out of the Belmont and blossomed. What do you feel as her rider that she's done since early June?
She's start like going up. I mean, keep going and doing better and better every time she runs. And today she got an easy trip and saving some ground in the first turn. Backside hit the clear and let her do her thing. And she was there every time I asked her a little bit in the quarter post. She exploded, I think.
What are those gears like on her?
You got a ton of foot on the dirt. It's some of those kind of horses. You don't find too many horses that have a ton of foot on the dirt, and she's one of them. So she's amazing.
She's special. Well, go get your picture taken with the rest of the Rapoli crew. Congratulations, Irad.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Irad Ortiz aboard Nest, really guiding her to what has been a nearly perfect 3-year-old season, Lafitte.
Incredible. For Ortiz, the 3 graded stakes wins yesterday. Keeneland, the Beldame here, Crop Uncocked. Why would you need it? The point I was making, Andy, is that horses only have so many A efforts in them. The way she dominated at Saratoga, like, can she keep it up the remainder of the season? Apparently, based on what we saw today.
Yeah, well, that's what differentiates the very, very good horse. That was one of the things of the greatness of Cigar. Yes, there were horses that ran faster races than Cigar, and he was caught in an interesting spot. But he showed up every single time on the racetrack, and that's how you put together a streak like that. And she's, you know, she ended the career of the last horse to beat her. Mo Donegal beat her, and he never ran again. I mean, she's awfully scary, and I was saying to you when we were off camera, you almost feel as though if the Nest that's running now, and unfortunately we'll never know because Mo Donegal didn't get a chance to improve, he's been retired, but you feel like she would have beaten Mo Donegal and won that Belmont Stakes. And she started to show, as you talked about earlier, in the Ashland, that she had really turned the corner into a possibly exceptional horse. But her transformation after the Belmont is nothing short of remarkable.
Will you be in her, it just happened, will you be in her corner for the distaff, considering how deep it is? The older Merit, Malathot, Clairiere, Latruska, search results, is she surpassed them? What do you think?
Well, I mean, I think you want to see what the speed figures come back. I do believe in speed figures and see how different speed figure makers analyze the race and see how they match up, because those are a very, very quality group of 3 horses that you mentioned. And the other thing is that I'm always looking to try to find a horse that might be a better value. And value is a tough thing to find, we talk about. Nest is the kind of horse that has to be overbet because she wins every race by 10 lengths. Now, maybe she's going to make mincemeat of the horses in the Breeders' Cup distaff, and at this point, nothing would surprise me. But you always want to see the odds and take a look at them, evaluate the figs. But I'll tell you what, every time she runs, she looks tougher in the distaff than she looked before the race.
Makes it all look so easy. The Beldame victory for Nest as her championship campaign continues. And you ready for the Pick 6 with the $85,000 plus carryover coming in? It gets started in race number 4. No free bingo space with Nest. Maidens here, 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-olds and older. Field of 6 with Matt Doyle. The early choice, 9 to 5 with about 20 minutes to post. And yesterday, a very sad day in the thoroughbred industry as Eclipse Award winning owner and breeder Willis Horton passed away at the age of 82. Who could forget his acceptance speech for that Eclipse Award back in 2013? He passed following a bout with pneumonia. Said his son, Kevin, he lived and breathed horse racing. No hobbies. His TV didn't know another channel. Horton, who co-owned Lemons Forever, who won the Kentucky Oaks in 1996, will take charge, the champion 3-year-old 2013, and Take Charge Brandy, the champion 2-year-old filly in 2014. Willis Horton gone at the age of 82.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
You're some kind of pumpkin carver, Randy. Appreciate your work,
I
my
have
friend.
so many skills.
That is awesome.
Yeah,
that is well done.
You know, I did that in like 5 minutes too. It's amazing. Yeah.
Literally during the break.
I was handicapping and doing that and watching the Mets while I carved that pumpkin. Yeah, I'm so multi-talented. It's
Coverage
really
is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime, NairaBets.com. A major weekend in racing in terms of final Breeders' Cup preps. We just saw the Beldame Nest onto the Breeders' Cup distaff yesterday. Fall Stars weekend at Keeneland in 5 graded stakes races and a 2-time Breeders' Cup winner on display. Golden Pal doing his thing in the Woodford here, Andy. Not necessarily dominant. There he is in front where he likes to be, but a win in the Woodford. Next stop, a title defense in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
I feel like got like a 106 buyer, which is going to make him very tough in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, which fortunately for him is being run on this very same turf course. He didn't beat a bunch of bad horses. I believe Casadero got up for second in this race, and he was coming off a solid effort where he blew the brake. He's improved for Steve Asmussen. Golden Pal's very good. We'll see who shows up. And the one thing that's good about you don't have to worry about the Euros. They're usually not as good as our turf sprinters.
Last time the Breeders' Cup was at Keeneland, though, Golden Slippers, a European who won a turf sprint. This one is on dirt, the TCA. How impressed were you by Slammed?
Yeah, you know, I really didn't know much about her, and she's obviously been improving a lot for her trainer Todd Pletcher, coming in from California. I like seeing the California horses win at a different stage. We used to see it a lot in New York. They used to have to come here before the Breeders' Cup and win the big races. She buried the field, not the toughest of fields, but I think she thrust herself in the competition. It is not the deepest filly and mare dirt sprint. She's a player.
Grade 1, First Lady, in Italian, just like we saw in the Diana at Saratoga.
Yeah, she's obviously really put it together. Regal Glory, is it possible she's not quite as good as she was earlier? Maybe, though I thought she ran very well in defeat in the 4-star day, but in Italia was so very impressive in winning our Diana, has now won 2 straight races, and she has really improved. And owner Peter Brandt, he's got to be considered as one of the leading owners this year. We were talking, you and I off camera, about Mike Rapoli in the year he's having, Peter as well.
2-year-olds, Claiborne Breeders Futurity, Forte, Irad Ortiz, Loggins, and some trading of paint in the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these horses ran very well. Loggins involved in an intense pace battle up front. They were moving. Forte able to take advantage of it, but he showed he can do it at 2 turns, going a little bit longer than the hopeful, and he circled the field and got it done. Listen, on the one hand, the stewards continue to allow Irad to ride like this. So he's trying to win, and he's doing what he can to win. On the other hand, if you see the head-on, I don't like that kind of race riding. And you can say, well, he's not crossing the line, except last year he got 30 days, and part of it was because he knocked the guy down.
Here it is, Andy.
It's happened before, and I don't like this stuff. I really like Irad. I like him personally. I have huge respect for him. I think he is the best rider in the country in a lot of respects. But why do this? Why always do this? If you got the best horse, he leans on that horse. I wouldn't have taken him down if I was a steward. I understand that, but I'd fine him. And I think some point they've got to send a message because it's not getting through. Why do this stuff?
Before something serious happens.
It happened last year.
Right. We saw it. Look at the Whitney with Life is Good and what took place at the top of the stretch.
But Irad is paid to win races. And the stewards are not adjudicating these. They're not fining him. They're not suspending him. So Irad's answer is, well, I'm not doing anything wrong. The guys in charge, the police, the cops, are telling me I'm not doing anything wrong and I'm winning.
Exactly.
And I can't knock him for that. I think it's...
Why should I change anything? Why should I adjust? There's nothing to adjust to. And then in the Turf Mile, grade 1, here they try to keep him locked in with Annapolis, and it just doesn't work. Annapolis finds running and goes on with sharp victory here against older horses.
And, you know, we're spending so much time talking about the training job that Todd Pletcher's done with Nest, and justifiably so. How about the training job with this horse? Broke his maiden a little over a year ago at Saratoga. He ran credibly in some races against overmatched rivals. Ivaro here is pretty darn good. I mean, this may not be the greatest group of turf milers we've had in the years, but these aren't bad horses, and he basically buried these horses yesterday, good trip or not. It's a good horse, and I think after that race, he's probably made himself the American favorite for the mile, depending on where the fillies go, or mares.
The winners yesterday in the graded stakes races, a sensational afternoon of racing, Fall Stars weekend as always, Ortiz with the 3 wins, Golden Pal, Forte, and Annapolis.
Todd Fincher is the trainer of Slammed. Todd Pletcher's winning enough big races. We don't need to credit him with wins
has to be
that he didn't
really?
have. So apologies to Todd Fincher. You are the trainer of Slammed, unless something's changed since then. You never really quite know, right?
Todd Fincher, the win in the TCA. Todd Pletcher just won the Beldame, might win this fourth race as well. First leg of the pick six with the $85,000 carryover coming in. Maidens, 7/8 of a mile. Maggie's in the paddock. Peter Brandt's Watasha drawn inside for Chad Brown. What are you seeing, Maggie?
I find this horse really intriguing, Lafitte, as Watasha does have more of a dirt pedigree, given that he's an Into Mischief, who is a very versatile sire. I shouldn't just peg him as a dirt sire. But the second dam being Jersey Girl, obviously, speaking of Todd Pletcher, the horse that put him on the map when he first started training and winning multiple grade ones as a New Jersey bred and a very good sprinter in her own right. But Watasha, now I saw him first time out back in July of last year as a 2-year-old, and he's gone on quite nicely. I really liked him that day. He was really strong, very classy acting. And now, since he returns as a gelding, he is just a touch lighter and a touch more streamlined. You know, last year he was kind of compact with his really elevated hind end to him. But he's very laid back here in the paddock. I like him in this spot. He looks like a dirt miler. I'm just a little concerned about the layoff. He isn't the most fit, tone-defined Chad Brown layoff horse that I've seen in the past. So I'm still intrigued to see how he runs here. I think he could run better than what his previous two efforts are suggesting, as we'll jump out to the outside with number 7, Matt Doyle, who you feel as though that they were maybe just trying to get a race into him last time. But what I loved about that effort is that he finally switched leads. And whether it was just a year older, the barn change, I don't know. But he did it effortlessly for Jose Ortiz that day on the turf. We'll see if he does it, though. Maybe it was a surface thing. See if he does it back on the dirt. But this is the right surface for him. And he hasn't changed that much from 2 to 3. He was always a bigger, mature-looking 2-year-old. So I don't love to see that, but he looks solid. He looks as though he gained fitness out of that 5.5 furlong turf sprint, and now he's back on the dirt. But he's one too that, despite running a decent figure last year as a 2-year-old going a mile, I'm not sure that longer is better ultimately with the 7 furlong. Sorry, I keep doing this 7 furlong and 1 turn mile thing. As we'll move on to number 6, Tiger Town Boy, son of Curlin, the dam, a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter, and have to share the ride. He was a multiple graded stakes winner and winning several graded stakes around here. So lovely pedigree for this son of Curlin. Comes in here really fit looking for Danny Gargan. And you got to wonder if 7 is maybe a jumping off point, but with the bottom side of the pedigree, I'm not so sure. It might actually be the most perfect distance, and sometimes, actually more often than not, Danny's horses do come over looking very fit, and he is one of them, and he is very professional. I think he is a really intriguing first-time starter, Lafitte, though not taking quite as much money as I may have expected with the scratch of the morning line favorite.
One to include, though, Maggie, in this first leg of the pick 6, Tiger Town Boy. Cue the prop plane. Time for the carryover. Starts now in the 4th race with 8 minutes out. The carryover, $85,000 plus for the pick 6 sequence. JK is with us. Jonathan, your thoughts on this sequence going in, about to get underway in this 4th race here at Belmont at the Big A?
Well, everyone's ticket about 2 to 3 hours ago got much more expensive when the 5 scratched. Now you have to use a couple more in here. I like the 7 Matt Doyle. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I just like this horse moving to Rudy's barn, and I think a horse that has some back numbers that could help him step up. As far as the sequence as a whole, I thought race 5, the mile and 16 turf race, was extremely tough. I'd use as many horses as possible in there. I thought the 8 Media Sensation, the 11 Greg's Honor were a couple of those you wanted to make sure you had. In the Futurity, Inflation Nation, you wanted to lean on. But I liked the 8 Determined Gesture to the outside, the filly taking on the boys. And then in race 7, I think is probably everyone's free square. And the race that will prevent this thing from being a double carryover, the one Sweet Mystery in the 7th race, I think will be pretty hard to beat in there. And the most singled race, a horse in the sequence. And then race 8, the Knickerbocker. I wanted to make sure I had the 9 Safe Conduct in this situation. There's a lot of horses I think you got to use in there, but I wanted to make sure I had the 9 Safe Conduct. And then to wrap it up in the turf sprint, I thought the 5 Laughter was interesting. Probably need to have the 6 Robin and Eli, the 7 Eli Dancer. Another tough race. That's what they like to do to us in these last legs of these picks at NYRA.
Challenging sequence. JK gets started here in the 4th post parade. You saw Watasha, Southern Flag, and Jose Lascano seeking a second win.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the fastest figures, so he should be favored. He's not a new gelding for this race, but he ran well enough last time. He's had his chances, but he's pretty fast.
Carpe Capella, live on the tote board, first-time starter.
Oh, my gosh.
Look at that.
I mean, this horse could be 72 to 1, and you wouldn't have been surprised. Yeah, this just got more expensive. And Jonathan's right what he said about a limited potential scratch.
30 to 1 on the morning line, 4 to 1 Carpe Capella. Here is Tiger Town Boy, and Maggie liked what she saw.
If somebody said there's any point in the betting where Tiger Town Boy, the half to share the ride, a very good sprinter, would be a longer price than Carpe Capella. You would have lost a lot of money in that bet.
Wow. The favorite on the outside, Matt Doyle, currently 2 to 1 with Jose Gomez.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan's right. He does a trainer switch. He's going to a trainer who wins a high percentage. A trainer who rarely wins had this horse for all the dirt races. Got the turf prep last time. Ran against. Look at who beat this horse. Early voting. Zandon. This horse ran against very good horses. Yeah, I think both of them were pretty good.
I've heard of them. Matt Doyle, currently 2 to 1. Let's go back to his last start on dirt last December right here at Aqueduct. Matt Doyle there tracking the leaders and what winds up a solid second-place finish.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, his second was a little dressed up because early voting did so much dirty work. This was a very contested pace, 23-1, and they come home. You know, they run the last 6 programs in 1:15-1. So he was taking advantage of dynamics, but he's still finishing behind a horse in his debut who 5 months later won the Preakness.
Yeah.
And that matters. Now,
that qualify as franking the form?
Yeah, and he's basically first-time Rudy Rodriguez. I mean, dressed up because he ran a turf race first time out. Did Rudy run on the turf to get a race under his belt? He was looking for a race for him. Who really knows? He's a player in here, and he's supposed to improve from 2 to 3. He's got in a barn that wins at a higher percentage than his prior one. Very logical horse. And unlike he's failed with chances, but he's lost to Zandon in early voting. He's running good fields. Life is great. Ran off the screen when he beat him 2 back. Southern Flag has the faster figs. The problem with Southern Flag is he's also been in his share of races. He looked good on paper, and he's failed to get it done.
So why favored number 2 Southern Flag, who has had opportunity after opportunity?
Because he's run an 84 buyer and 3 81 buyers, and the fastest buyer fig run by Matt Doyle was 76. Now, that was in his 2-year-old year. So he's supposed to improve and get there, but he has done it. And he makes a lot of sense in here. I also think he may have some better position, judging by it. But I don't really know. And this race lost a lot of the speed when Unlimited Potential came out as well. Though you wonder if either the 3 or 6 are live. First race has speed. But I'll tell you something. Tiger Town Boy is dead on the board. As live as the 3 is Carpe Capella, the 1st or the 6 Tiger Town Boy is completely and totally dead on the board.
I'm completely distracted by Carpe Capella.
Yeah.
30 to 1 on the morning, 9 to 2 on the first time started. We check back in with JK.
Yeah, look, when it comes to these races, they're always going to lean to horses that have been running. The 2 and the 7 have some nice races, so they're going to lean in that direction. With the 2 Southern Flag, has some okay numbers. Last time I thought going 7. Kind of started to get a little bit tired late, you know. The speed figures from a pace standpoint, the pace figures started to slow down. Does have some experience, does have numbers that are much faster than most of these other ones, but I'm still going to lean towards the 7 Matt Doyle just because I think the horse is going to take another step forward. I'm not trying to take any shots at anyone, but you know, when you're looking at a lower percentage trainer like Chad Summers, who had this horse run nice figures, you got to kind of think that a historically higher percentage trainer, there's an opportunity to improve when switching to Rudy Rodriguez's barn. You know, I'm going to basically ignore the turf race last time, ran well enough. And now getting back on the dirt, drawn outside. I just think that the 7 Matt Doyle makes a lot of sense, and I'm curious to see what the 2 Southern Flag kind of looks like off of what is, you know, a little short break. Hasn't run since August 13th.
I think he looks exceptionally well here. I prefer him over Matt Doyle, at least from the physical side of things. And furthermore, he's just consistently run faster than Matt Doyle. I get there might be some upside and some unexposed talent that we haven't seen with the outside runner. But for me, at face value, I think that Southern Flag looks better. I thought he was on a wide chase kind of throughout and just wired that day by an impressive expressman who didn't necessarily come back and run that well, but I'm not going to hold that against him. As we do see a jockey off number 3, who I'll get to here, it looks to me like it's just a saddle adjustment for a horse that is quite narrow and tubular, and so a lot of times that's when attack will have the propensity to, slide forward or namely more so back. So we see Eric Cancel just getting a equipment adjustment there on Carpe Capella, who looks incredibly fit. I mean, the price is drifting up slightly. I don't really get why this horse is picked or is bet here at all. He definitely doesn't look as good as the logical types in here. All I can say, Lafitte, is that he at least looks ready and he is quite sharp.
It's interesting, Maggie, and we're not insinuating by any means that this is what's happening with Carpe Capella, but it brings up a certain pick-6 strategy that you have witnessed from time to time.
A lot of our people watching who used to play and have played for many years, and remember, back when we first put the pick-6 in, I think it closed 2-3 minutes before post time. And there was a certain player who was a big bettor in New York who I think turned out was making large bets on random first-time stars in the first leg of the pick-6, and therefore causing a lot of people, like Jonathan and I would be if we were putting a lot of money in, to throw in this horse because the horse was taking money. And then the pool would the pick-6 pool would close 2 to 3, and then he would cancel the bet, and the horse would go from whatever price, 5 to 1 up to 30 to 1 or whatever it was. I'm in no way saying that's taking place here, and fortunately they can't do that because we have betting until betting closes now. But it reminded me of that, and I doubt very seriously that's going on. But listen, cagey. He wasn't doing anything wrong. It wasn't illegal what he's doing. It's a little bit
like counting cards, just frowned upon.
It's just a little, not exactly something that we condoned and we put an end to it, but something that used to go on years ago, and I'm sure there's people who played pick-6s watching that can remember when that used to happen.
Do you want to walk through the sequence real quick, since we're going to be saying goodbye after the first leg?
I would lean heavily on the 2 and 7 in this race. I agree with Jonathan. I prefer the 7. The 5th race is an absolute crapshoot. I would use the 1. But the problem with the 1 is the 1A gets in, and the 1A I don't think can win. I'd probably use 1, 2, 10, 12 if I could get 4 horses in there somewhere. In the 5th race, listen, I could use any of the 2, 3, 7, 8 on different tickets. I would lean more on the 2 and 7. If lean more, I'd use the other ones more back. Because of all the horses I want to use in races, I would have to single on any kind of smallish play the 1 Secret Mystery.
Okay.
In the 8th race, I mean, good luck. I would probably try to get the 4, King Cause, the 5, L'Imperateur, the 7, Field Pass, the 8, Palo Alto, and the 10, Public Sector. I could use those 5. I mean, it's that kind of race. Well, but I'm saying that's why I have to. I'd rather use 1. I'd rather single Sweet Mystery than use 2 there and only use 2 or 3 in that race. And then the last race, I would lean extremely heavily on the favorite, Robin and Eli. The 12, Cricket West, would be my other horse in that race I would like to have. It is a very, very tough sequence. And, in talking about why you single in the 7th, and there's a lot of misinterpretations why I say I hate the use of the word single. I don't believe that you are successful long term by singling. And most people that are successful over time, pick-6s, put more money into it. I think you may single for 80% of your play or 70%, but I believe you want to have backups with other horses, and it's a much more complicated discussion. And I think telling players the only way you can make money in pick-5s, pick-6s is you have to have a single. That's like saying don't play them because you're not going to win, because that's a flawed strategy. But that's, listen, to each their own, whatever works for you. That's my opinion. Doesn't mean you don't do it, because if you use 1 in a race as opposed to 2, you now can use 6 in a race as opposed to 3. And every decision in a pick-5 or pick-6 you make in one race is going to have an effect on decisions you make in another race.
That being said, if you had to zero in on one horse, if you had to, maybe somebody's going to play who that's their strategy. They're always going to they need a single. The horse in the last race, you said?
No, I would single Sweet Mystery in the 7th.
On the 7th.
The second, to me, the second likeliest single or hone-in horse is Robin and Eli in the last.
Gotcha.
So she's got a lot of phony in her.
See how it all unfolds. This pick-6 carryover, $85,000 plus. At the gate for the 4th race here, field of 6, maiden, 7/8 of a mile. Towards the outside, Matt Doyle at 3-2, the favorite, looking to graduate in his 6th career start. That first-time starter, Carpe Capella. Odds drifting, inflating now at 9-1 for the first-time starter. Southern Flag, second choice at 9-5. Final thoughts?
I'm curious to see how this pick 6 plays. I wish everybody the best of luck playing. The only fuzzy in here I would use is, because the 6, the firster's taking no money, is the 1, Watasha, who has been awful. But some of these horses for Chad Brown, they can turn it around coming back. But I think the horse to beat is the 7, Matt Doyle. But I wish everybody the best of luck in this pick 6. It is not an easy sequence to navigate.
Starts right here with the 4th race on the Sunday program. Belmont at the Big A. 7-5 favorite, Matt Doyle on the outside. There goes Carpe Capella. What will he do in his debut? Johnny I standing by with the loading call. Best of luck for those of you playing this pick 6. All set for the 4th live Belmont at the Big A.
Waiting now for Tiger Town Boy and Matt Doyle. One out! Set for race 4. And they're off, and it was a quick start there for Matt Doyle from the outside post position. Then it is Southern Flag. Watasha now moves up at the rail, and Watasha goes on with it now to grab the lead. It's Watasha in front as they race up the backstretch. The gray, Psychic Income, is on the outside and racing in second. Carpe Capella is next in third, and alongside is Matt Doyle in fourth, who's just a length and a half off the lead. Southern Flag is down towards the rail, and then it is 5 lengths back to Tiger Town Boy, who trails the field in sixth. The quarter went in 23-2. Watasha at the rail. Matt Doyle is in between horses, and the gray Psychic Income is on the outside. Southern Flag is now on the move from fourth as they race midway around the turn. It's Watasha narrowly. Matt Doyle right there on the outside in second. 2 lengths to Southern Flag, who has now moved into third. Then Psychic Income and a big break back to Tiger Town Boy and Carpe Capella. The half in 46-4. They are in the stretch, and it is Watasha who's now built the 3-length lead. Southern Flag moving up on the outside. Matt Doyle is now back running in third. It is Watasha with the lead here. And Southern Flag is giving chase in second, but it will be Watasha off the layoff to break his maiden as we begin the pick 6.
Time off did him well. Peter Brandt's Watasha, easiest of winners, 4-1 to kick off the pick 6 for Chad Brown and Jose Ortiz. Wow.
This race was over at the start when this horse showed speed after really doing no running in both the dirt sprint first time out when he was 2-1, and even money in a turf route had no speed. And he went to the lead, and I said to you in the run of the turn, I said, I'm glad we mentioned this horse because this horse is a different horse today, and good luck if you use this horse. Southern Flags is the horse is going to find somebody to run second to. Disappointing effort by Matt Doyle. No excuse.
I was going to say, well, what happened with Southern Flag? What happened with Matt Doyle? What happened was Watasha happened. That's what happened.
Yeah. Watasha ran. What was the final time of this race? Oh, my gosh. This is
1:24.96.
Yeah, this is a very, very fast race. This horse got a buyer figure in probably the mid to high 80s easily, maybe even higher. This is a very fast race.
I know he just won. He just graduated, but what might be in his future?
Non-winners have won.
just
Chad
asking.
Brown's not running in a state
just
next.
Asking.
But I guarantee Peter and Chad
eventually.
are thinking, boy, this horse ran so well that it's okay to dream, and that's what horse racing's all about. Dreaming,
of course.
Right? Who would have thought Nest would have turned into this horse? I mean, you could dream, but she wasn't fast enough to run these kind of races last year, and this horse clearly sort of like a first-time starter, to be honest with you.
Almost how you had to treat him, given how little running he did in his first 2 starts. The layoff, he comes back. That is a completely different Watasha than what we had seen in his first couple of starts last spring and summer.
Yeah. It's funny in horse racing, a very, very different horse. And maybe this horse just not really ready to run earlier in her career.
We're going to be saying goodbye to our FS1 viewers. Coverage will continue on FS2 this Sunday program, Andy, where we had another chance to see Nest and taking on Older for the first time, cementing her status as the best 3-year-old filly in the country. Looks like that championship wrapped up, and a chance to see her in the Breeders' Cup Distaff in about a month.
She's going to meet some tougher foes, but she's very good. And I want to compliment you. You really behaved well today. You were really on your best behavior, and I appreciate that.
I was
want you to know. I worried, but
be on your
you were good.
P's and Q's with
Not great,
Andy,
but good.
especially after that great work you did with the pumpkin. Now
You
I
weren't
see you
best
in a completely different light. Completely different light. Gorgeous day in the city. Big night in Queens, baseball fans, here in New York with the Mets trying to advance. And the horse racing does continue over on Fox Sports 2. Thanks so much for joining us, where we had a chance to see that filly. Sensational. Another graded stakes victory in the Beldame, building on what she did this summer. The entourage. Mike Rapoli, you might have to buy that hotel with everyone heading to Lexington for the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Nest for Eclipse Thoroughbreds. Michael House, Mike Rapoli. A lot of smiling faces in the winner's circle. Have a great evening, everyone. Coverage continues on Fox Sports 2.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's a fabulous and sunshine-filled Sunday here at Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York, as we continue with the Belmont at the Big A meet. And we have a couple more graded stakes to look forward to today, including Knickerbocker in the Grade 3 Futurity. Had a nice win last time out, but just 2 weeks ago. What will he do today, and what will Public Sector do a little bit later in the Knickerbocker as he looks to get back to the winner's circle for the first time this year? That mare, she's no stranger to the winner's circle. Warlike Goddess beat the boys in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic yesterday. We'll look back on her stellar performance and a whole lot more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. So glad to have you with us. It's a little breezy out there, but it is an absolutely glorious day on this Sunday afternoon as we wrap up the week of live racing here in New York. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Anthony Stabile, who he's a little on the muscle today, guys. The Mets are playing tonight, so he's thinking about other things, but happy to share the set with you today,
Deciding games. There's no energy like a deciding game energy. It's kind of like this time of year with all the winning you're in action. Breeders' Cup just a little less than 4 weeks away now, so it's a busy time of year. It's a fun time of year if you're a horse racing fan. It's a stressful time of year if you're a New York Mets fan.
Well, wishing you and the team the best of luck. As Anthony mentioned, it's that time of year, so to speak. That's just what Grand Motion said about Knickerbocker taking on the Futurity later today. The Futurity and the Knickerbocker still to come. We already saw the Beldame a little bit earlier on FS1. Today's race is, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm, as we still have 5 through 9 this afternoon, fast and firm here at the Big A. We hope that you're playing along with all of the action today and every day. And if you haven't signed up yet for Naira Bets, now's your chance. Join Naira Bets, play all of the action, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. The Grade 3 Futurity will go as race number 6. We are 2 races away. It's 6 furlongs on the outer turf here at the Big A, and this is for the 2-year-olds, and I won't say the 2-year-old boys because we do have a filly taking on the boys here, Anthony, but Knickerbocker currently 5-2, or I should say on the morning line. Came out of a private purchase after running second at Horseshoe Indy. Broke his maiden impressively wiring the field last time out under Manny Franco.
Horrendous trip in his debut. Manny just put him on the Bill Daly last time and was able to make every pole a winning one. This was a big effort. We'll see if he can rebound and repeat this effort, I should say. I don't know if he can get to the front in here, Acacia, but he'll be forward, you would imagine, since it worked so well last time. Backwards Corrigan. This is Corrigan spelled backwards. Backwards Corrigan, as the story goes, the flight was on the wrong flight and had to retrace his steps backwards. And Najarak is Corrigan spelled backwards. So I'm pretty sure this is backwards Corrigan. And yeah, there was nothing backwards about this effort, I can tell you that.
And Jimmy Corrigan, of course, the former trainer who had him in his first start, was also part owner of this horse as well. And he was just going forward, and we'll see if he continues to go forward. Just a 15-day turnaround, but as mentioned, Grand Motion said, you take a shot. It is a win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And we'll see who will punch their ticket a little bit later on today with those 2-year-olds. We also have the Knickerbocker to look forward to, which will be the 8th race today, a mile and an eighth on the turf as well, the inner turf this one is. And taking a look at this field, I think that this is a pretty wide open race, as Palo Alto and Public Sector will rematch after finishing 2-3 in the BWI International Turf Cup over at now run at Pimlico. First start in the U.S. for Palo Alto, and we're still wondering, when is Public Sector going to get back to the winner's circle?
Yeah, you know, Palo Alto did a little bit more running, I should say a lot more running, than Public Sector kind of did in this stakes down at Pimlico. Public Sector, to me, has been a little bit of a disappointment overall, but especially this year in his 4-year-old season. We'll see what Palo Alto in his second start does in the United States. I'll tell you what, Acacia, there were a couple of head scratches on this card. We had the pick 6 carryover coming into today of a little over $85,000. This is one of the more wide open renewals of the Knickerbocker that I can remember. I mean, you could make a case for a half dozen of the 10 entered in here. A wide open race. The morning line tells that story as well. Public Sector, you're very lukewarm. 7-2 morning line favorite. Palo Alto 4-1. And these horses are coming in off a race from out of town. More often than not, you don't see the favorites as horses that have both come in from out of town. Now, Public Sector, no stranger to the circuit, but Palo Alto, that was his first U.S. start. So we'd be curious to see if the horses that have been running on the circuit can kind of hold, quote-unquote, that home field advantage.
Grand Motion with a big chance to sweep both of the remaining stakes with Palo Alto and, of course, Knickerbocker a little bit earlier on in the Futurity. Our first order of business, though, as far as our live racing is concerned here at Belmont at the Big A, is this upcoming 5th race, which will be on the turf. It's a mile and a 16th. A maiden claiming for $40,000, as we'll see who can break their maiden, get their picture taken for the first time today. It is Sunday, not Palm Sunday, but maybe on Palm Sunday, the horse can get David Donk to the winner's circle as he seeks his first win of the meet, this fall meet Belmont at the Big A. We'll learn a little bit more about him and his barn after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, in all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Grooms get here about 4:30, get to the stalls, do the stalls. Hot walkers don't need to be here till 5:30, till we start training. My alarm goes off at 4:25, 4:15. I'm in here by 5. Georgie's the rider. He gets here at 5:10, 5:15, sets the tack for both riders. First set's at 5:30. Beyond Brown can be second. All right, well, she'll be number 2. Let 87 North be 1, so. And we're in a late race. Boy, a lot of days this meet, so a lot of long days. You got an easy morning, only 8.
Okay.
You won't know what to do. I guess same thing, huh?
What's it up?
Straight off. He might need to do her too, Faye. My dad has owned and bred horses since I was about 8 years old. We were in 8th grade, and we'd all meet with our guidance counselor, and I think they always asked everybody, what do you want to do when you grow up? And I'm going to train horses. And told my dad about the conversation with my guidance counselor. He was not happy. Listen, you're never going to make a living doing that. You got to plan on doing something else. Georgie, if she's quiet, maybe just jog 1.5 miles and come off the backside. I had worked a couple years out of high school. I'd been on the track, and my dad said to me, my dad owned some horses, and he said, listen, if this is what you're going to do, I'm going to help you get started. I was going to be 20 in May, so I went and got my trainer's license. And I started in 1980 at Finger Lakes, training horses. And when you're there, you do everything. I did everything but ride. I went to Florida when I was training after my 5th year. And, towards the end of the spring, got a phone call from Bill Wilmot and said, listen, there's an opening at Woody Stevens looking for an assistant trainer. I drove over to Hialeah and then met Woody. And long story short, he hired me. I called up my dad and said, Dad, I'm not coming home. A couple weeks went by, and I think he realized it was what I knew was the greatest opportunity I was ever going to get. I always said I came to New York 35 years ago to go to work for Woody. Good, Georgie. And I'm very fortunate to be able to have stayed and make it work. Woody wrote a book while I was there. It's titled Guess I'm Lucky. I guess how appropriate, because I'd say the same thing. I'm lucky. I've been really fortunate in the sport. Really good clients. Been lucky to have some good horses. Great staff. A lot of great employees. It makes it a lot of fun to do this, to do something that you love to do. Experience a place like Saratoga. I guess I'm lucky too.
And there is trainer Dave Donk's runner on Palm Sunday. If you ever wondered where this horse might have gotten his name, we just debunked the theory that he might have been born on Palm Sunday because he was born on a Saturday. But in any event, Anthony, we couldn't find Dave Donk in the paddock. He's probably off watching the Jets game somewhere.
We tried figuring out the name. Yeah, he's one of the most loyal guys I've ever seen. That Jets hat. He may shower with that thing on. Yeah, and this horse 9-2 right now. The second choice. Boy, I tell you what, I hate this. This is going to taste like vinegar coming out of my mouth. But our buddy Andy Serling, he is right. People love betting on entries.
Yes.
This is some entry to be making 2-1. Well, I mean, we'll talk about them in a few minutes. But yeah, Dave's horse, he showed a lot of speed last time out, and it might behoove Jose Ortiz to use the same tactics this afternoon.
Ride with the Devil will break from the rail, but do note the 1A Street Vendor does get in off the also eligible list. For more on this entry and the rest of the field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, Acacia, we'll take a look at the plain one of that entry, and beginning with Ride with the Devil. Comes off of a layoff and returns as a new gelding. Acacia, I'm sure you saw him down in South Florida over the winter and springtime. This is my first time seeing this horse, but watching his race, watching the turf race, I should say, he just really didn't have much early speed whatsoever, and I don't know, if he's going to show more this time around. Maybe he is. He was very green that day, so maybe we are willing to give him a bit of a pass here. He is a very long, lanky type of individual. As you can see, he is affixed with that breast collar, as people often use, or trainers often use for horses that are that very tubular type that don't have a lot of shoulder or a lot of girth, so need to keep the equipment in line. Wow, looking at him head on at me right now, he is very narrow. So with that being said, I really wish this horse was carrying a bit more conditioning, to be honest. He looks as though, yeah, he's lean, but he looks as though he needs to strengthen. And often you just have to get a race under your belt to do so. Honestly, guys, I can't necessarily recommend either parts of this favored entry right here, right now. So let's take a look at Chad Brown's second time starting, drop down, number 12, Bargaining Powers. He adds blinkers, and I think that's a pretty good move watching his first race as he was shuffled back early. He never was really clear in the extra long stretch at Kentucky Downs, and then he was kind of wandering all over the track, outside, inside, just seemed utterly clueless. So with a start under his belt and back here at a normally configured racetrack, in which I'm sure he's been used to training at one, being down at Churchill, he comes in here looking incredibly fit. The problem is, though, he's quite a small type of horse, so there isn't a lot to him, but he's very well balanced. So I appreciate that. I'd rather take him that looks as though there's some strength and conditioning on him, despite being on the smaller statured side, than the one in here, Ride with the Devil, who just looks as though there isn't much to him, Acacia.
Fair enough, Maggie. Thank you. I saw Ride with the Devil in his debut, and he was the horse that I wrote down looked pretty solid that day. So we'll see. But he was very, very green in the paddock, really antsy in the gate in particular. So could be a combination of factors that they did opt to geld him, Anthony. And he is part of that favored entry. Again, I think pretty significant that he's a drop-down runner for George Weaver. And Street Vendor, who draws in, is a Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz runner.
Yeah, he doesn't drop, Street Vendor. He ran at this level last time, missed by a half length up at Saratoga. The solid part of the entry, the one Ride with the Devil, a solid one. The gelding, the drop. The other thing about him, Acacia, is he didn't take a dime in either of his starts. 22-1, over 22-1 in his debut on the grass. Quickly, 5 weeks later, goes over to the all-weather down at Gulfstream. He's 11.5-1. So not a lot of money taken in either of his first 2 starts, and now all of a sudden he cost $400,000 as a 2-year-old, and now he's 2-1. We haven't seen him since the beginning of March. He's just not a good gamble at that price. Now 9-5.
Kendrick Armouche climbing aboard Ride with the Devil, who we haven't seen since March, as you mentioned. Layoff to contend with in here, as the entry is currently at 9-5. We did hear Maggie talking about the number 12, Bargaining Power, who is just making his second start. Now, he had that eventful trip at Kentucky Downs, which often can happen. The blinkers go on. Do you think it's interesting that they drop him immediately?
I think all of it's interesting. Chad Brown does not run a lot of horses at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah.
Sent him there. He was almost 11-1. Now the blinkers go on, the drop. And even if you like those 2 things, he's drawn all the way on the outside.
Here's the plain part of the entry, Ride with the Devil.
Yeah, fresh gelding. Haven't seen him since March. We'll see if he can improve in a well overbet entry here.
The other part of the entry will draw to the outside, Street Vendor getting it.
Yeah, just missed when shedding the blinkers and dropping to this level last time. We'll see if the second time for 40s does the trick.
Here's On Palm Sunday for David Donk.
Kind of ran off last time, a quick second quarter. He opened up a 7-length lead. He only got beat a little less than 2 lengths. We'll see if Jose Ortiz tries to bottom them out today.
Javier Castellano climbing aboard Fazaro.
He could be the one that keeps On Palm Sunday company. Blinkers come off as this horse stretches out on the grass.
Here's Fierce Debate.
I thought this was a little interesting. A little kitchen sink, Lasix, gelding, long layoff, trainer change, drop down.
Jamie Begg, former assistant to Mark Cassie. Here's Island Man.
He has yet to hit the board in 9 turf tries, 14 starts overall.
Number 7, Bally Rhythm is next.
0 for 7 in his career. 5 of those races have come on the turf. He just owns 1 third-place finish, but it was his only start at this level.
The other Dave Donk runner, here's Media Sensation.
Made a little bit of a 3-wide move into a repeat winner in Curlin's Wisdom last time. He tries Open Company again.
Wick Loves a Fight is next.
Noda Barnes heating up a little bit. This horse has not done much running in most of his 6 starts.
And board reflecting that at 58-1. Here's Mad Magic for Charlie Baker.
He's taking a little bit of money in here. He's 10-1. He had 1 turf race, which wasn't bad. Now Charlie claimed him for the 40. He ran him on the raise last time, back in for the claim level.
Greg's Honor went by. Here's the Chad Brown runner, Bargaining Power.
Greg's Honor drops back from the special weight, a reclaim by Mark Hennig. Bargaining Power, we talked about him. A rare runner for Chad Brown in Kentucky Downs. Blinkers go on. He drops in class. Tell you what, he did not have a clean trip last time, but off that trip, don't you think he was worth 1 more chance in the special weight ranks?
Yeah, absolutely, especially given that trip and at Kentucky Downs, which sometimes can be tough to gauge. Well, this is the 5th race. Hopefully you're still alive in that first leg of the pick 6 down, and we had that carryover. But if you want some more action or diving back in, the late pick 5 kicks off here.
Yes, this is why we've invented the pick 5 was invented, in case you get eliminated from the pick 6. We'll go 3 deep in here. We're going to reluctantly use the entry. Fierce Debate's a live long shot this afternoon, I believe, and then Greg's Honor dropping back in. And then you got to go a little thin. We try to keep the ticket under $50. That's what I like to spend. 2 and 3. Najarok and Inflation Nation in the Futurity, though. You can go 4 deep if you wanted to. The 7 and 8 worth looks. Sweet Mystery to number 1 is going to be a heavy lean for everybody. I think Karamoka could turn the tables today at a bigger price, so we'll use the 2 of them. Again, it's a wide open Knickerbocker, but you want to try and keep the ticket manageable. Dinah Drive in public sector for me. I know a lot of people are going to lean on the number 6 in the finale, Robin and Eli, but she's another one. The drop's a little curious to me. She's run okay in her sprint races. I thought maybe 1 more try at the special weight, so we'll try 3. Laughter's first time Robatris against her. We'll use Robin and Eli, the 7 Eli Dancer, and don't forget the 13 Mo the Morning Grouch draws in for Linda Rice and Jose Lascano.
5th race kicks it off. Best of luck with the sequence. There's Mike Rapoli holding court, as we just saw him in the winner's circle with Nest in the Beldame, as she has just been absolutely terrific in the second part of this 3-year-old season for her.
We could caption this conversation. I'm sure he's saying, why did Buck Showalter start Darren Ruff as the DH last night? This is unbelievable.
He could be. He could be saying that. He could be saying, how are we getting all these people to the Breeders' Cup?
I'll tell you what, Acacia, that filly's turned into some racehorse. Mm-hmm. It's been, you know what's been wonderful about it? We've got to see it right here. Because her step forward from the Kentucky Oaks to the Belmont Stakes, and then it's almost like that start at the Belmont Stakes flipped the switch on her. And she has just been a machine. ever since. And to see that happen with the fillies midway through the year, how she went from being a contender in this division to, I mean, I think you can argue after Flightline, there's not a more dominant division leader than her against the sophomore fillies.
For sure. And this Beldame today was her first time against older. I think it's going to be a much tougher task going into the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and she has some really, really tough competition waiting for her there. But as far as the 3-year-olds are concerned, she's just flung everybody else away.
She dismissed these 4 Oldham fillies and mares today like it was nothing.
We'll talk more about the Beldame and Nest a little bit later on, but we do have the start of the late pick 5 here. 3 minutes away for the 5th. Let's check in trackside with Maggie.
Keisha, she was just utterly jaw-dropping yet again. I mean, you can't get over how many performances she's put in, Nest, this year that have just left you on the verge of being speechless, and that takes a lot for all of us to do. So let's take a look at some of the horses, though, here in this field. We had that feature on Dave Donk, and as I have said many times to our producer, Bobby, it's all about the feature angle. I feel like we may have chopped off a little bit, but we were batting pretty strong at like 75% of Booten and winners when we showed a feature. But to be honest, both of Dave Donk's runners in here on Palm Sunday and Media Sensation look really, really good. But on Palm Sunday, this is probably the best I've ever seen him appear before a race. He's a horse that I didn't necessarily like first time out just because I thought he wanted to go longer. Then he just misses, doesn't like the dirt, and then he ran well enough last time. We'll see if anybody else decides to go with him here. I have some inklings of horses that might be more forward, but really he projects to be the main speed in here, which could be very dangerous. Moving on to a horse that might be a bit quicker than it looks on paper. That is the off the layoff number 5, Fierce Debate. Like the pedigree on this horse, coming off the year-plus layoff, returns as a gelding with Lasix, and he was sharp, as we do see a late scratch here of number 9, Wick Loves a Fight. Rider Omar Hernandez Moreno carrying his tack, and he will be a late scratch here. But Fierce Debate came in on his toes. He's actually built more like a sprinting type, and he was forwardly placed in that start 2 back going the mile at Ellis. So I feel as though there's every reason to believe he will be again, and who the heck knows what happened at Kentucky Downs, but you'd have to think he emerged out of that race with an issue that day. So not one that I love as a win candidate, but I think he could run fairly well here at a big price. But I'm going to take a swing here with the horse that I picked 2 back. That's number 10, Mad Magic, as he was just on a wide pursuit back in July at Saratoga, trying the turf for the first time and only his second start for Ian Wilkes that day. And Charlie Baker dipped back in to take him for the 40, rose him up, or put him on the rise for $75,000. Now he's back on the turf. I really think he looks like a turf horse, and I think he could be in good tactical position, as he's a bit sharper than he was in that start 2 back, and I'm just going to forgive him for that other start, though I hope from the 10-hole Junior Alvarado can work out a bit of a trip, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Mad Magic, a nice price at 12-1, as there is Wick Loves a Fight coming back again, late scratch. He was a big long shot on the board. Late scratch of the 9, Wick Loves a Fight. As we get ready for the 5th race today, 7-5 still on the entry. And they have some questions to answer here, Anthony, as we take a look at the number 12, Bargaining Power. Again, just his second start. We'll take a little bit of a trip over to Kentucky Downs. Was the number 9 that day, and things just didn't go well right from the word go.
Yeah. Right from the start, you're 100% right. It's almost like watching a Three Stooges episode through the stretch as well.
It was a comedy
it's
of
like,
errors.
When we go here, nyuk, 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 everything closed. Everywhere Tyler Gaffleone tried to put this son of Frosted, the hole disappeared. And when you look at a trip like this, right, most people are salivating to be, look, right here, the hole closed on him there, and now looking to get angle out again. Nope, not there. The problem, here, again, nope, not there. Everywhere he tries to go, there was somebody in his way. And more often than not, people run to their NyraBets account to bet on horses like this. He's kind of cold on the board at 9-2. I mean, this entry's 7-5 right now. This horse is 9-2.
To me, I think the drop is questionable. If he came back in a maiden special weight here in New York with blinkers on, you'd say, okay, I get it. But the fact that it was just one start at Kentucky Downs with a nightmare trip at a track that a lot of horses don't favor, and then immediately he drops in for the 40,000. To me, that's a little bit of a question.
I think the blinkers and the drop combined are negative signs.
9-2 on Bargaining Power, 7-5 on your entry. Maggie taking a little bit of a shot with Mad Magic. Who was the top pick for you?
I went to Fierce Debate. She talked quite a deal about him, quite a bit about the Jamie Begg taking over. Gelding Lasix drop, trainer change. There's a lot of that's the proverbial kitchen sink getting thrown at this son of More Than Ready, the late great More Than Ready. I just wanted a little bit of a different look here. I don't want to say I'm sick of all these maidens, but I've seen enough, and I figured this horse was going to be in the 15-1 range. He's actually 4 points higher at 19, so he's a $40 mutual right now, and will be a wonderful way to kick off this late pick 5 this afternoon.
Over 365,000 in the late pick 5 pool. Best of luck if you're playing. The entry currently 7-5 in the 5th. Belmont at the Big A. Graduation day for somebody. Who will it be? We'll soon find out. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting now for Bargaining Power and the 1A Street Vendor, who will break from the extreme outside post 11. We did have the late scratch of number 9, Wick Loves a Fight. So a field of 11, about to go a mile and a 16th on the firm inner turf. Bargaining Power went in, now Street Vendor, and we are set for race 5. And they're off. Bit of an awkward start there for number 5, Fierce Debate. A bit tough to handle there at the back of the pack. On Palm Sunday, and on the outside, Bargaining Power. On Palm Sunday, Bargaining Power. The two of them are right together here in the early going, with Street Vendor racing next in 3rd, and Fazaro is in 4th. Island Man runs in 5th. To his outside is Media Sensation in 6th. And they're followed by Mad Magic in 7th. Bally Rhythm is in between horses and in 8th. And then comes Ride with the Devil in 9th as the field goes around the clubhouse turn. Moving up a bit on the outside is Greg's Honor. And again, trailing the field, Fierce Debate in 11th. They're spread out here through a quarter in 23 and 2, and they're midway up the back stretch. It is Bargaining Power leading here by 2 lengths. On Palm Sunday is next in 2nd, with Street Vendor sitting in 3rd. Fazaro looking to come through down at the rail. Island Man is in between horses. And on the outside, it is a Media Sensation. The half mile in 47 and 4/5 seconds. They're going around the far turn. It is Bargaining Power, and on Palm Sunday, their heads apart. Street Vendor moving up on the outside from 3rd. Fazaro is next in 4th. And farther back comes a Media Sensation. Greg's Honor on the extreme outside, and Island Man towards the rail. Here is Street Vendor now to take over the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. It's Street Vendor in front. Then on Palm Sunday, followed by Fazaro. It's Street Vendor who has the lead and who has opened up here. Street Vendor by 5 lengths as they come on for the finish, and it is Street Vendor, the favorite here to win it. Looked like on Palm Sunday, held second over Fazaro.
Street Vendor, the other part of the entry, who'd been at this level already, drawing in, gets the win, and Mike Rapoli will be back in the winner's circle after winning with Nest in the Beldame earlier. A little bit of a different type of race, Anthony, but a win nonetheless.
Shaking hands with Louis Lazanaro there. Louis got
Inflation Nation.
Inflation Nation, thank you. This was a nice job. I mean, 7-5. You get these rides get lost in the shuffle sometimes, but from the outside draw, Radotis Jr. was able to find a nice cozy spot with Street Vendor behind the runaway speed of Bargaining Power. On Palm Sunday, sitting in that loose pocket, to use some harness parlance, and he just sat there in 3rd, waited for the far turn, and just was able to inhale these and draw off to a pretty impressive win for a horse who had a handful of chances, Acacia, and almost got the job done last time at this level. He found this bunch a whole lot easier.
It was actually Bargaining Power with a much improved start who set the pace, and now we know why he was dropping in class today. Wonder if he got claimed, but he was able to even outfoot on Palm Sunday, who was chasing him in 2nd and will hold on for 2nd. Off the board was the 12 Bargaining Power, but the 1A Street Vendor, no doubt about the winner. 1A 2-3-10 in the 5th. Belmont at the Big A. Arad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher, Mike Rapoli. We've all seen them in the winner's circle before. This one also owned by Vinny Elias's St. Elias stable. They certainly know how to find the winner's circle.
I was going to say, don't leave my man Vinny Viola out of this thing.
I was adding him at the end.
Yes. Mike won 2 today without his silks. He's not.
I know.
I'm sure he's ecstatic, but he's not happy about that.
He'd rather have the silks.
Yes, and I would have rather seen some orange and blue in the winner's circle today. But maybe we'll get it tonight.
I'm sure he has orange and blue on somewhere. As Street Vendor, the winner, Irad Ortiz, getting another one here today for your leading jockey. When we come back, though, we will recap some of the big efforts that we saw this weekend. That does include the girl power on display. Warlike Goddess, who beat the boys yesterday in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. More on her after this.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Did you know you can bet over 300 tracks worldwide with Naira Bets? Get started at NairaBets.com today. Seemed a lot of people had the entry locked in on their Naira Bets account, but it was the 1A Street Vendor that ended up drawing into the field. Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz, Mike Rapoli, we saw them all in the winner's circle with Ness. This one also owned in partnership with Vinny Viola's St. Elias stable. $4.90 for the win.
Last couple of Sundays have been very good to Mike Rapoli here in New York. Chocolate gelato. That's his daughter Joya's favorite dessert.
Yep.
Joya always front and center.
Well, Joya had the good luck charm with her today. Bamboo.
Joya's the best.
Our little friend.
She's a character.
Yes,
I can
she
tell you
is.
that. Yeah, Street Vendor gets in and quote unquote saves the entry players today. he won really easily here, Acacia. You know, when these horses drop in, and you saw they gave him a bunch of chances at the special weight level, 5 to be exact. They even moved him out of town and sent him to Monmouth. He just missed, and then they dropped him for 75 just 3 weeks later. You know, he was the kind of horse where if you wanted, they paid $500,000 for him. If you wanted them for 40, have at it. You know, because claiming off of Todd Pletcher is such an easy thing to do. Have at it if you want him for 40. He draws in from the AE list, and see that pick 6 follow along. Watasha, that was a big effort in race number 4. That was a pretty good final time, but he was the 3rd horse in. So I think it made the pick 6, which with a couple of interesting races, this one coming up, the Knickerbocker's a tough race. I think it makes the pick 6 a little interesting, getting that 3rd choice home in the first leg.
Coming up next, we're back into Graded Stakes Company. Grade 3 Futurity for the 2-year-olds sprinting on the turf will be our next order of business. But we saw some big performances in Graded Stakes yesterday as well, and that does include the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. Warlike Goddess, the mare taking on the boys, became the first female since all along in 1983 to win the Turf Classic. And I loved the agility that she showed here, Anthony, when she responded to Jose Lezcano's cue and pulled away impressively to win over some very talented horses.
I really like this ride. Getting her, you know, if there was a knock on Warlike Goddess, I think coming into the Joe Hirsch yesterday, it was the fact that she does not have any positional speed. And the truth of the matter is, I know she was sitting 5-6 lengths off the lead, but she was more forward than she really had ever been. And it wasn't like they were walking the dog around there. Bye Melvin, you know, set an honest enough pace. They weren't flying up front, but you would have imagined that in some of the other races, namely last time in that Flower Bowl, she could have been closer. But I think Jose took the bull by the horns yesterday, got her involved, and I'll tell you what, she's 5 for 5 now at 1.5 miles. And Buffon, namely, didn't really show up yesterday. He's had a bit of a heavy workload, especially recently. But to think there is an American male turf horse with a better chance in the Breeders' Cup Turf taking on the Euros, I think would be borderline foolish at this point. She beat those horses like a drum yesterday afternoon.
Very impressive performance from Warlike Goddess. And speaking to Jose Lezcano earlier today, he said she's not the biggest, but she just has this incredible stride in the way she covers the ground, becoming the 5th female to win the Turf Classic, now the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. As we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale once again. Maggie, a terrific performance from Warlike Goddess yesterday and showing that she really is the goods.
Yeah, Acacia, as I said in the Paddock analysis prior to that Joe Hirsch, you know, sometimes, and actually most of the time, I like to compare when the fillies or mares stack up against the boys and how they match up physically. But I said with her, I don't think it really matters. Yeah, she looks smaller than the boys, but she's just so athletic. And she earned a top buyer speed figure yesterday of a 105. And catching up with her Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott, he said that the most devastating thing about her is something that you don't often find in many horses, and that she can go 1.5 miles and come home her last quarter in sprinter speed, or even faster than some sprinters can go in their opening quarter. Like he said, going back to that Flower Bowl, she came home in 21 and change off of that incredibly slow pace. So I loved, as Anthony pointed out, how Jose Lezcano climbed aboard her, having not ridden her before, and just melted into her. Kind of, you know, never got in her way, just rode her to perfection. And we've seen some not so great rides on her. And I think, yes, she got a little help from Bye Melvin, who, let's give him some credit in running valiantly to hang on for second after going through some decent fractions for 1.5 miles over a course that had a lot of water on it the week prior. So I think that Warlike Goddess, she is heading in to this Breeders' Cup Turf. That's right, not facing her own sex, going against the boys, as one of the likely choices. Acacia?
It looks like she will be, Maggie, thank you, as she probably will be a horse that many assume could be the best chance for the United States in that Breeders' Cup Turf. We'll see what kind of Euros line up in the starting gate, but she has been terrific, and especially with that big Grade 1 victory yesterday. Talking about a horse that's been terrific, though, Anthony, Nest. She was beaten soundly in the Kentucky Oaks. And since then, she has been absolutely unstoppable, taking on older horses for the first time today in the Beldame.
Warlike Goddess was trying the boys. Nest was trying the older fillies and mares for the first time. Just 4 of them. And she did to the older fillies and mares, this group anyway, what she did to the 3-year-old fillies as of late. She has just turned into one of the more potent, one of the more impressive racehorses we have in the United States right now. She's amazing, you know, and it's the kind of thing where there's almost an embarrassment of riches right now at the top of some of these divisions, right? Flightline and Life is Good are so good that Micropole and these connections, I'm sure at some point the way she handles the extra ground, it was tantalizing to say, well, maybe we'll try her against the boys again, as well as she ran in the Belmont Stakes. As good as she is, it's hard to even attempt to take on those two colts in the Classic. And she'll have her hands full with a filly right down the shed row from her and Malathat, who's going to run later on today. And Clairiere, provided she comes back well for Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, she's going to train right up to the distaff. She'll have her hands full with the fillies, but she is that kind of talent, I think.
Here's what she's done as she started off the year in the Sun Coast and said, okay, she's fine. Then she won the Ashland, second in the Kentucky Oaks, where she was beat soundly by Secret Oath, faced the boys in the Belmont Stakes, where she ran a huge effort behind her now retired stablemate Mo Donegal. And Todd Pletcher saying that she's the only one that he can think of that has flourished out of the Belmont Stakes.
He's 100% right.
Yeah.
Right? I know Skippy Longstocking won the West Virginia Derby, but really going forward, she's the only one. And, you can argue, and there's some sour grapes. I liked her a lot in the Belmont Stakes, but you can argue that if she doesn't get into the trouble at the start and maybe she gets outside sooner, maybe she turns the tables on her stablemate Mo Donegal. I know it's 3 lengths, but, and you say to yourself, well, she had 12 furlongs to make up the difference, but, things might have been different. I'll tell you what, whatever happened in that Belmont Stakes woke her up because she has turned into an absolute beast on the racetrack.
She really has. And Maggie, we've seen Ness just turn away every foe that has tried to come and run her down, and she just makes her trip no matter who she's running against.
And Acacia, as I said today, she just oozes confidence. And the most remarkable thing is, or her jockey Arad Ortiz said, is that for a dirt horse, she possesses gears, and you can see it in the way that she runs and she accelerates away from the field. And what's also a serious weapon in her arsenal is the fact that she's tactical. I mean, she can be up on the engine if she needs to be, but she doesn't. And I just think she is the full package of what you want right now. Now, let's be fair. She was facing the B, if not C, team of distaff horses today. So, facing the likes of Malathat, even Latruska, who will look to get back on track and search results. And let's not forget Clairiere. I think she has a bit of a pass for her last start in the personal ensign. But I think today she stamped her legitimacy as a serious contender in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, Acacia.
Dogs are waiting in the wings to take her on in the distaff, but you can't knock anything that she's done leading into that, Anthony, especially with this Beldame win, because as Maggie mentioned, yes, it's not the likes of Malathat that she was facing today, but she was facing some nice horses who have had more foundation and have run against other top-tier horses versus what she has done. But this is what's waiting for her.
Yeah, 3 of them are going to run today. I have to tell you that if they were going to load this field into the starting gate right now, I'd be making a pretty sizable wager on Nest.
Would you really?
I would. Yeah, I absolutely would. I think she's that kind of talent. Take nothing away from some of the other fillies and mares here, but she is really, and I'm a big fan of when horses start these runs, especially when fillies get good, they seem to hold their form and keep going. And I think she keeps getting better and better. I know the speed figures don't necessarily tell that story, but to me, she looks like she just keeps getting better and better, a little bit more professional than she's ever been also. That was something too, like, she would do some quirky things every now and then, but now she just, she comes alongside these fillies and she just leaves them like Arad said. She has a turn of foot for a dirt horse that you don't often see, and it was one that you did not see in the first half of her career, that she's almost kind of developed it, and that's even more impressive.
She's been tremendous, this filly by Curlin, as we have a very exciting distaff division to look forward to coming on to that Breeders' Cup just a few weeks away now. But we have another grade at stake to talk about here. Race 6 is the Grade 3 Futurity for the 2-year-olds sprinting on the turf. Pretty wide open board right now, as Knickerbocker is 3-1 co-second choice. This is a horse who broke his maiden impressively just 15 days ago for Grand Motion off that private purchase, and will try to strike while the iron is hot and get a grade at stake coming up next.
comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
America's Day at the races on FS2, and you're just in time. It's graded stakes action coming up next in the Grade 3 Futurity for the 2-year-old sprinting on turf. We had the 2-year-old fillies yesterday in the matron of the 2-year-old boys, plus 1 filly today in the Futurity, as it is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Horses in the paddock as we get ready for this graded stakes event.
I like that, by the way.
What's that?
Just in time.
Just in time.
I perked up. I was like, what's going on here?
You got excited.
I did get excited.
That was my goal. I'm glad.
You did it.
Well, I know Maggie's excited.
Of course
Maggie.
she is. She's hanging out with us.
Yeah, what's not to love? And these are talented 2-year-olds. Maggie.
You know, I'm always excited for a field of 2-year-olds occasions. This is your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And we'll start with some horses that I'm not that familiar with. They've done most of their running out of town, beginning with the inside runner. That's Dunedin? Dunedin? Not totally sure on how to pronounce it. I think Kelsey Danner owners like to mess with us announcers, as he's a pretty impressive looking son of Munnings. I did notice he had a few little hives on him. Sometimes that can mean absolutely nothing. Sometimes you wonder if it's them, you know, struggling with something inside that they just express that way through having hives, but I don't really see that many to be that concerned. And otherwise, I mean, his coat is resplendent in here. Got a little wound up after they put the tack and the blinkers on him. So definitely going to keep a close eye on how he behaves. He kind of has that look of, I might explode at any time. So definitely watching him. But I really like what I'm seeing from him as he comes in here. And he took down a field of allowance type horses when breaking his maiden. And I just thought an impressive effort, kind of put it all together last time out at Kentucky Downs, though we'll see how he translates things here to Aqueduct. Moving on to another Kentucky Downs last time out winner, Gaslight Dancer. He was very visually impressive. He got to the lead from the outside, went through some decent fractions going the 7 furlongs, but he really ran on impressively. They paid a lot for the son of City of Light, who is incredibly athletic. I mean, this is the most well put together horse in this field by a mile. The only problem is that he's not necessarily built like your true turf sprinter. And let's not forget, he won going the 7, so he's actually a turn back in here, as many of these are kind of going out to the 6 from 5.5. But I really like what I'm seeing as number 8, Determined Jester. She is the filly in this group, and Phil Schoenthal rightly scratching her from the matron yesterday to take on the boys. Why not? When you're dealing with fillies at this time of year, they stack up favorably, physically, mentally, and speed-wise to their male counterparts. And she's developed nicely since the first time I saw her. She's a lot more fit. She's a lot stronger, too, behind the saddle, and I love the effort she's coming in off of. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. As we'll kick off the post parade with Dunedin, place in Florida.
Broke his maiden in a restricted allowance race for well over $250,000 at Kentucky Downs.
Naggarock, Corrigan, backwards.
From off the pace in his debut to finish second to a gate-to-wire win, first time for these connections last time out.
Here's an easier name, Inflation Nation.
Yeah, this horse ran well first time out, got out of the maiden ranks last time in a little bit of a slower effort. I think this horse is going to get the right trip.
Vacation Dance off of a maiden win.
Against fellow New York breds, John Kimmel unleashed a nice-looking firster earlier today. Barnes going well right now.
Cut back in distance. Here's Power Attack.
Yeah, he broke his maiden also against New York breds back at Belmont in July before Saratoga. A couple of starts out of town recently.
The 6 is out. Here's your current favorite, Gaslight Dancer.
Flag Falter, that's all from the outside draw, going 7/8 at Kentucky Downs last time. He's actually cutting back in here.
And the filly against the boys, here's Determined Jester.
She romped against the boys last time out and paid $72 in the process, breaking her maiden in a little stakes race against the Colts at Colonial Downs.
In the Rosies last time out, so not her first time facing the boys. Well, what's at stake? This is a Breeders' Cup win, and you're in race automatic entry into the $1 million Juvenile Turf Sprint on November 4th. And it's a great opportunity, as we've talked about before, with these races to take on a pretty wide open field. Phil Schoenthal sending out the filly. He's standing by with Maggie.
And I think Phil definitely played the entry box very well, as this Futurity, as Acacia was just mentioning, Phil, a win in your end. And plus, she's already shown she can beat the boys. And why not? This is a smaller field today than the matron yesterday.
Yeah, all those things went into play. You know, our main goal is to just try to get a graded placing or graded win. That's the first goal. After that, you know, the rest is just, whipping on the cake. So we'll see what happens.
Now, talk about her effort last time in breaking her maiden in style against the boys in a stakes race.
I mean, it was a huge deal for us. You know, we actually were going to enter her in a maiden race that day. It had 14 in it when I made the entry, and I said, you know what, there's 4 in the stake. Let's just go there. We've loved the filly all along. We thought she's a stakes quality horse. Let's just take a shot and see what happens, and it worked out good for us.
Now, I know a lot of riders are down at Keeneland, but you're bringing in Forrest Boyce, a good old Maryland girl herself. Talk a bit about Forrest, who people don't know, because I think she has one of the best clocks in her head and best hands that you can find in a rider.
You know, Forrest is a great rider. She doesn't get her due. She never puts a horse in the wrong spot. They're always in the right spot, and if she has a horse underneath her, they usually get home. You know, we talked about it, and it's like, you know what, she hasn't done anything wrong. She breezed the horse right along. It's her mount. You know, it's a lot more fun to win with your friends and lose with your friends when you come to New York. So we just bring our rider.
I could not agree with you more, but I also understand a special day for the owner.
Yeah, if Matt and Beth Ann, if you're watching, I want to wish you a happy wedding today. Sorry you can't be here. We hope to give you a nice present here in about 10 minutes.
I was going to say, that's a good enough excuse to miss the race, but wishing them the best on their wedding day and the best here with their girl.
Thank you.
All right, Determined Jester, once again, she'll be trying the boys, and I think rightfully so, Acacia.
Indeed, and happy anniversary to Matt and Beth Ann Dorman. Matt Dorman has been really active at the sales over the last couple of years with Phil Schoenthal, building up his broodmare band and with some young horses as well. And they've done quite well, and this filly was impressive last time out.
Anniversary or wedding day?
Oh, that I don't know.
He just said wedding day.
Oh, okay. That makes sense then. Congratulations then, getting married today, even
How
better.
about that?
Happy wedding day.
Interesting time to get married, right, on the road to the Breeders' Cup. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Maybe they didn't know they were going to be on the road to the Breeders' Cup.
I don't know. I mean, they know that we're all going to be on the road to the Breeders' Cup.
Happy wedding day
yes,
to Matt and
sure.
Beth Ann. Here is Determined Jester, as this is a race that can really highlight what Maggie was talking about with jockey Forrest Boyce, who she has really, really nice soft hands, and you'll see Shug McGahee use her a lot when he runs horses in the Mid-Atlantic, a regular rider for Phil Schoenthal as well.
Turn for home, and I tell you, one of these horses is 35-1, and one of them is 7-2. You would have flipped the roles, right? The horse on the lead had to be the 35-1 shot. Nope. This one, rolling away, and I mean, she is just drawing off from these colts and geldings. Wins by a nice margin, a little over 4 lengths. Tell you what, there's a little speed in here. Gaslight Dancer's coming up from Kentucky Downs off that big win. Is the 2-1 favorite right now. He's got some gas. I would imagine Najarok again is going to show some speed. Power Attack's probably been a little dulled by that mile try and the now down at the shore at Monmouth Park last time, but maybe Kendrick's aggressive. Kendrick's been riding really well.
Had a 4-win day the other day.
And he's been aggressive, so we'll see. The filly might get a nice little setup in here.
Gaslight Dancer, meanwhile, comes in from that 7-furlong win at Kentucky Downs, and she had the outside post, and if you watch this race, the camera angle kind of changes, and you're like, where did she go? And then all of a sudden you realize that she's on the lead, setting the pace. Corrado Corrales able to get her up to the front end, and she kicked away impressively from this group.
Yeah, he just galloped. Yeah, it's okay. He just galloped. I'm a very big believer that what happens at Kentucky Downs more often than not stays at Kentucky Downs. There are exceptions to the rule, Andy.
The matron yesterday
who called me out this morning on Talking Horses. Yes.
Well, he is right.
It's going to happen. The difference is that horse paid $90 yesterday, and this one is 8-5. There's the difference. So can this horse win? This horse can I be a fool to say this horse couldn't win off the debut effort. But I think Najarok ran better last time. I think Inflation Nation ran better in his first start, not necessarily last time out. So I'm getting 9-2 on Najarok. I'm getting 3-1 on Inflation Nation, and you're asking me to take 8-5. And the thing is, Gaslight Dancer, who figures to be the speed in here, I think that makes him a little bit more susceptible on the front end because I do think either Najarok or Power Attack is going to put some pressure on him.
There is Najarok, who, again, was purchased privately out of an eventful trip at Horseshoe Indy.
That's putting it nicely.
To put it nicely. The last time out wired the field under Manny Franco. He is coming back in 15 days. Again, Graham Motion saying it's that time of year. Take a shot. Why not? Obviously, was a great purchase. He broke his maiden, immediately rewarded his connections. The question is, can he keep it going now facing a saltier bunch?
Yeah. I mean, that's the question is, and again, he doesn't, that's not to say it won't happen, but he doesn't figure to be able to control on the front end in here. You would imagine that Gaslight Dancer is faster than him early. And we'll see what, you can't imagine he's going to have the trip he had. I don't imagine he's going to have the trip he had last time. It's impossible to imagine he's going to have the trip he had first time. So they're going to have to find somewhere in between.
2-year-olds, a lot can change. There's always room for growth, for development as they finish their warm-ups on track. What are you seeing, Maggie?
Oh, perfect segue, Acacia. Let's take a look at the New York bred. That's Power Attack in here. And last time at Monmouth, he just found the mile a bit too far for him. But you want to talk about a horse that, yes, began his career very early on, but has done so well from that first start back in June till now here in early October. He was just a wreck first time out. He was so green in the prelims, so green on the racetrack. Then he was a lot better behaved prior to going in the gate for his second start, and it's just continued. I mean, look at him out there, and he's so poised, but he also has physically developed so nicely, kind of was a frame of a horse, definitely had the bone structure of a big, impressive animal, but now he's furnished it, and I just really like that and appreciate that, and he's a big price out there of 12-1. It was good to see Kent Sweezy and the whole crew here to put the tack on Power Attack, who I can kind of forgive him. And not that I love him to win here, but he's one that I would love to use underneath.
And he is a nice price at 12-1. Maggie, thank you. Kent Sweezy, also part owner of the New York bred Power Attack. So I'm sure an exciting day for them. The number 3, Inflation Nation, your pick, Anthony, as he broke his maiden second time out. He regressed on Beyer speed figures, but I thought Andy Sterling brought up an interesting point that Timeform US had it a relatively comparable race as far as figures were concerned. You would think, though, no matter what, he has to take a step forward today.
Yeah, figure makers kind of split on this effort last time out. He's gotten good trips. I don't think he had as great a trip as some people think he did first time out, but He had a wonderful setup here last time when he got out of the maiden ranks up at the Spa. Yeah, he's going to need to move forward. I think there's room for him to move forward. I also think he'll get, again, a little pace to run at in here. I think some combination of Najarak Power Attack and Gaslight Dancer have to put on some pace in here. So I'm hoping he gets a good trip. First time Jose Ortiz in the saddle as well.
He's a little on the muscle. Again today, Inflation Nation, the Irish bred, who did actually sell at the OBS April 2-year-old sale. Jose Ortiz going to climb aboard for the first time today. Spencer Farm, 2-year-old race of the day, and a good one. The Grade 3 Futurity for the 2-year-olds. And the development of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. It's only a few years old, but it has become a real opportunity for horses with some early 2-year-olds to potentially get a big purse.
On the normal racing circumstances, they could run 3 of them every year. They could split the race 3 ways.
Yes, absolutely.
Year. Yeah, it's a fun race. It's a lot of and it's produced, namely Golden Pal.
Wesley Ward has dominated it early on in its infancy. We'll see who takes a step forward onto the Breeders' Cup today. The Grade 3 Futurity up next. Belmont at the Big A. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
1 horse remaining, and that is the filly, Determined Jester, number 8. Seven 2-year-olds in this 6-furlong Futurity on the outer turf course, which is firm. Determined Jester now stepping up to the starting gate and moving into line, and we are set for the start. And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning with Determined Jester on the extreme outside and Gaslight Dancer right there. And now Vacation Dance comes on through. Vacation Dance takes the lead. Gaslight Dancer is next in second with Determined Jester on the outside in third. Nagarak down at the rail and right alongside his Power Attack, 2.5 lengths to Inflation Nation, and Dunedin trails the field in 7th. A battle up front, Gaslight Dancer and Vacation Dance, and the two of them are heads apart through a quarter in 22 seconds. It's Vacation Dance leading by a head. Gaslight Dancer on the outside. In behind is Nagarak, who is racing in third. The filly Determined Jester on the outside and in fourth. As the field comes for the top of the stretch. The half mile, 44 3/5 seconds. It's Vacation Dance and Gaslight Dancer. They've been battling it out right from the start. There's racing room now for Nagarak, and here he comes on the outside. So it's 3 of them across as they come down for the 16th pole. Nagarak, Gaslight Dancer in between. Vacation Dance is down at the rail. They come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarak or Corrigan backwards. However you say it, he just won the 132nd running of the Futurity.
Nagarak, it looked like, got the photo as there were many horses making late runs down to the wire, but on that 15-day turnaround, he was game under Manny Franco.
Yeah, nice ride from Manny as well, who really is riding career form. Right around 150 wins on the season for Manny. And he gets this one here, 7-2, turned out to be a nice price. He gave this horse a perfect ride. He really just he put this horse in the right spot early. A little unexpectedly, Vacation Dance Acacia setting the pace and taking it to Gaslight Dancer early. They both hung on nicely. There's 5 of them on the wire within a half length of each other. We can tell you for sure Najarak or Backwoods Corrigan got the money. As far as it looks like the favorite may have held second, but man, you could throw a blanket over 5 of them here in the Futurity.
A tight photo for place, but the number 2, Nagarak, able to get his nose down first. Manny Franco in the saddle. This called by Claiborne Stallion Lee, and punches his ticket to the Breeders' Cup. Again, purchased privately out of that maiden try at Horseshoe Indy, and has already proven to be a good purchase, and they're making their way to Keeneland after this.
Did a really good job in Manny Franco. Inflation Nation was trying to come through, and you see Inflation Nation wound up having to go around all 3 of Vacation Dance, Gaslight Dancer, and Najarak from the rail out. Whereas Manny was able to keep Inflation Nation inside of him, forced him around, held off Dunedin. Again, It's easy to say when they win, right? But what a good ride. And he is in such career form right now. You know, 2 years ago, and it was Gaslight Dancer who got second. You know, a couple of years ago when he was riding Tis the Law, he really had his career year. And he almost, to use our parlance, he bounced last year. Man, he did not have the greatest of years last year. But he has come back this year and has just lit this place up with his ride. I mean, he is just on top of his game. He seems to be making every decision, every right decision. And a lot of it is born from aggression. He's putting these horses in the race early, and it's so important.
Knickerbocker able to hold on for the win. It was 2-7-4-3, and it looked like the number one Dunedin closing for fifth, but Knickerbocker the win for Grand Motion. Manny Franco in the saddle. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about looking after those racehorses after their racing days are over, but what the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation is doing is also looking after the people that care for them.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, the #1 second crop sire of last year by Dirt Earnings. We just had a turf race, though, and it was for the 2-year-olds sprinting on the grass in the Futurity. Knickerbocker with the win, piloted to victory by Manny Franco, who has been seeing the ball so clearly right now. And he's standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Acacia. And talk a little bit, Manny, about kind of changing things up with this horse today. He had to show that he could rate, which he showed he could do in his debut too. But just about him settling so nicely for you along the inside and taking some heat from the outside too.
I mean, I think it's a nice horse. Graham do a great job with his horses, and we knew that he don't have to be in the lead, so because the first time out he come from behind, and today the pace scenario, we think that we're gonna have more pace in front of us. I just wanna be forward and don't let him to do too much and work out great.
It really did, and a horse that, yeah, he's going to have a pretty tough campaign, I would think, you know, in his brief career, coming back in 15 days, then on to the Breeders' Cup. But let's talk a little bit about you, too, in just a great year for you, an excellent Saratoga. What is your Breeders' Cup looking like so far?
I mean, I don't know yet. I think after this week, I think we're gonna be more close on what we're gonna do, what I'm gonna have, if I'm gonna have mount or not. But I hope we have something, and he's gonna be excited. I wanna say thanks to my agent. He's doing a great job, John Paddock, and all the trainers and owners that have been helping me.
It feels like you got a lot of steam behind you, Manny, rolling into that first weekend in November. Congratulations here with Najarok.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco guiding Najarok to a victory in this Futurity Acacia, and looks to be hopefully one of many mounts heading into Breeders' Cup weekend.
He could have a big week indeed. Maggie, thank you. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day went to Nagarok, a $9.20 winner. Manny Franco, his agent John Paddock. They have really been teaming up together for a lot of victories and for a lot of different barns as well. Manny with another nice graded stakes winner and a horse that could be certainly live going into that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Very live. Very live. He's already shown you he can win off short rest like he just did off the 15 days. He gets almost a month now. It's like a luxury for him.
Big vacation. Well, that's what's going on as far as that Pick 6 carryover was concerned. If
Pick
you're
5
following
tickets
along,
alive.
Pick 5 tickets alive. Well
Yeah.
done. 3 races to go.
So far, so good.
I like it.
Got a $9 horse home in the belly, as we like to say. See if we can keep it going.
Well, best of luck. As mentioned before the break, though, we continue on highlighting some organizations that are doing such important work in looking after those thoroughbreds after their racing days are over. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation focuses on horses that can't necessarily have a second athletic career, and in doing so, provide an opportunity to give a second chance, not only to horses, but to people as well.
At the Wallkill Correctional Facility in Ulster County, New York, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation provides a program that gives both retired racehorses and the incarcerated individuals who care for them a second chance at life, and maybe even a second family.
It's my boy. It's my boy. I wasn't aware that the program even existed. I had never worked with horses before.
I was petrified at first. And I'm not really scared of many things, but when you're next to one of them and they're humongous like that, it's definitely a challenge.
Once they hear me, they coming. They just look. You see the ears come out. They look. Once they see it's me, they coming. They all coming. And it's like, oh man, it's like babies, you know. It's beautiful, you know.
They're locked in most of the time when they're not out with us from 8:30 to 2:30 every day. So those other times when they're inside, they're not themselves. But when they step foot out here at 8:30 in the morning, they change. They're totally different people.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional thing. And you really do kind of bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
Definitely a game changer for being someone who's incarcerated and always being around grown men, different behaviors, and not being able to actually express your feelings to them. You come out here, you can do that with the animals.
I need that. Whatever it takes to get home to my family, I'm going to try it. But then I got out here and I met a whole new family.
How's the family?
Yeah.
Like you said, this is a family. This is a family between the horses, us. Like, you know, we bond a lot here.
I didn't even know I could drive a tractor. I didn't know I could drive a tractor. I didn't know I could mow a lawn. Anything to make this place look better, to make it better for the horses.
At the end of the day, it's all for the horses.
All for the horses.
It doesn't feel like work. It feels like you're home. Come on, girls.
To be able to say to somebody, I have a certificate, like I was successful while I was incarcerated. I may have made a mistake, but I was able to get that second chance while I was here as well.
I did get a letter of assurance saying that some people were interested in employing me, so like that's just everything I'm hoping for right now.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
Cannot say enough good things about the work that the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation does. Kim Weir and her team and Kelsey at Wallkill tirelessly working to promote the program that we've had the privilege to follow along a little bit, Anthony, and they're really just provide such a great niche in the aftercare world as well.
Yeah, and they work so hard at working hard, right? At raising money and doing everything. I mean, the fundraiser we had in Saratoga this summer was a lot of fun. I got my clock clean, raised some money last year in the mini golf with Andy and Kirk Wyckoff from Freed Diamonds Farms, Louis Lesenauer, of course. But they do an amazing job. It's yeoman's work. It's, you know, you want to be able to take care of our horses when the racing career is over, and they do really a second-to-none job.
Such a wonderful organization for the second chance, not only for the horses, but for the people as well. And Maggie, terrific job on that piece. I know you've gotten the opportunity to visit Wallkill multiple times and see firsthand what the TRF is doing with these second chances farms.
Acacia, thank you, but I deserve no credit for that. I just really enjoyed being out there to talk to those men because it was the first time I really kind of was able to be enlightened by how much the program means to them. They were so articulate and just so open to me interviewing them. They really, really thrived on the program, and they're not the only ones. And the horses are thriving too, which is the most important thing. So a lot of credit to Patty Wolf as well as Kelsey and her entire team for keeping the Wallkill facility up and running and beyond our wildest dreams as a successful program. And two, as Anthony mentioned, we're always raising funds for the TRF, and they actually have a pretty cool not giveaway, but an auction item that they are auctioning off 3 nights at a hotel in Lexington and just basically a weekend at the Breeders' Cup in partnership with the Belmont Child Care Association. So make sure you check out trfinc.org or visit their Twitter page. You can find more information on that. And Acacia, that auction will be open until 9 p.m. tonight. So a great cause and just I could not speak more about what a wonderful organization the TRF is.
It really is. Maggie, thank you, and hope everybody has the opportunity to check out that wonderful auction item and the great opportunities to support a tremendous aftercare organization like the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. As we take a look at what's coming up with the 7th race next here, Belmont at the Big A, New York bred. First level allowance going a mile on the main track, 4 to 5 right now on Sweet Mystery, which is no surprise, but a clumsy transition here and no easy way to do so. But it's a sad day in horse racing, as we did learn recently the longtime media personality, analyst, big face in harness racing, Dave Brower, recently passed at the age of 53. And Anthony, I know you had the pleasure of knowing Dave throughout the years and all the work that he did, in particular at the Meadowlands.
Fellow St. John's graduate, a few years before me, and we used to have these real fun Breeders' Cup and Triple Crown seminars over at Gallagher Steakhouse in Manhattan. And Dave was one of the first guys I met over there. And I, of course, knew Dave from my days of being a harness degenerate over at the Meadowlands and morning line maker, handicapper, wrote the analysis in the program. And as you would imagine, Dave and I got along very well, very, very quickly. We would uncannily run into each other in Atlantic City all the time. Felt like every other time I was there, I ran into Dave. And you know, he was absolutely one of the reasons that you went over to the Meadow. For me, it was like, I'm going to go see Dave. I'm going to go see Gary DeLeo. I'm going to go see, Dave Little. But Dave was at the very top of that list, and he's going to be sorely, sorely missed. Over the last few years, hadn't seen him as much. But we did get to share the stage, if you will, once or twice, doing some of the harness action on America's Day at the races. And yeah, it'll be really, really strange, my first trip back over to the Big M, not going down to the desk and seeing him with Dave Little. It'll be really strange.
Someone who held many different roles at the Meadowlands, also a published author, and our deepest condolences go out to the friends and family of Dave Brower, gone at the age of 53.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Have you ever wondered where racehorse names come from?
Inside information.
Seattle Slew.
Secretariat.
Zenyatta.
How exactly do owners go about naming their horses? The Jockey Club Registry governs the daunting task of naming a racehorse. Andrew Chesser oversees the process of naming horses for the Jockey Club Registry.
So I'm always quite keen to see names that are a good tip to the sire and or the dam. I'm remembering the Kentucky Derby winner, Authentic, is out of a mare named Flawless. Stakes winner, Stolen Base, is out of a mare named Running Wild.
Stolen Base to win.
You've got some that are good tips to the sire. Constitution has some good stakes horses named We the People, Independence Hall. Quality Road has Bleecker Street, which I find, as a native New Yorker, quite interesting. Or even ones that combine the sire and the dam. I know the nice stakes mare Rushing Fall by More Than Ready out of Otondo. Combine the sire and the dam. I know that quite interesting too.
Like anything else, there are rules. You are limited to 18 letters. Punctuation and spaces count towards the limit. A name can also be rejected for being too close phonetically to another name.
A different spelling doesn't change the fact that it sounds exactly the same. And again, we're trying to avoid confusion.
How long is the name protected? Well, that depends on the horse's success on the track.
Names that are currently in use, whether they're active racing stock, active breeding stock, or if they've reached a sense of famousness because they've won certain stakes races. Those names can be protected for longer or they can be permanently protected. You know, for example, if a horse is in the Racing Hall of Fame, has won an Eclipse Award, won a Triple Crown race, you know, those names become protected forever. So there's a general rule of thumb that if a horse is over the age of 10 and in the past 5 years has neither raced nor been bred and its name is not protected for another reason, that name can be re-released.
You can still submit your name by mail or fax, but today, owners use the Jockey Club website or the naming app.
You really see an owner's creativity when they go about naming their horses or things that are really special to them. So I would just want to make sure that anyone who's involved with that horse have the opportunity for a say and that it's a name that everybody can be agreeable to, that's impactful, has a bit of prominence to it as well.
This is a very nice racehorse.
Well, if you've ever wondered how a racehorse gets its name, now you know. And Anthony, we had asked you one of your favorite racehorse names over the year, and your response?
Was Hap. It was a combination of things about Hap. And Hap was a Bill Mott, Alan Paulson production. And back then, Alan Paulson and his wife Madeline would name these horses Blakey, Dowdy, Garbu, Eliza, and have all these one-word names. Cigar, obviously. Cigar named after the checkpoint in Germany. But here's Hap. And you see Hap's the bi-theatrical, out of the mare, committed. You'd see Hap had a great name. You see that blonde mane that he had? He was such a cool-looking horse. You're going to get a chance to see it a lot better in this. I remember, by the way, watching this Baruch in the the old Aquatoga backyard here. It's not here anymore, but that's where I watched this race back in the summer of 2000 or 2001. He'd go on to win what is now the Coolmore Turf Mile. And a cool thing about Hap, see the mane? See the tail on the mane? Oh, I loved Hap. He was such a cool look. I would go to Bill Mott's barn, just hang out with him, feed him carrots and mints. I loved Hap. He was one of my favorite horses of all time. The cool thing about him was he was going to try the Cox Plate in 2001. Hap was a tweener. He couldn't go. He really wasn't at his best going a mile, though he was a Grade 1 winner. Didn't really want a mile and a half. So Alan Paulson was going to do the sporting thing and take him to Australia for the Cox Plate. And then, unfortunately, the events of 9/11 kind of postponed that and took that off the table. But, yeah, he was a cool horse with a great name and an even better mane. One of the coolest horses I've ever been around.
Well, certain things about horses will grab you and grab your attention and hold your memory. And nice to learn a little bit more about Hap. I said, why do you like the name? He said, because it just brings a smile to your face.
It does.
Well, we turn the page. We get ready for the 7th race. There's your favorite Sweet Mystery, currently 4-5. Maggie, is today the day for this filly?
Yeah, well, it looks to be on paper. She projects to get the right kind of trip occasion. The only problem is that, well, yeah, she was just second best behind a much the best winner in Truancy last time. But
Was she supposed to make it closer on her? I don't know. She's not meeting a very good field here, that's for sure. And she looks fantastic. I mean, she's healthy as healthy can be here for Pat Quick, a filly that used to be maybe a little bit on the nervous side. I remember first time out, she had a pony with her. Not the case anymore. I really like what I'm seeing. As we'll check in with number 3, Knickerbocker, as well. Last time she just wasn't standing right. She was leaning on the right side of the gate, and so therefore that led to a pretty significant stumble at the start for her, and I thought she ran okay. Let's hope she stands up this time around, Acacia.
That break, so important, Maggie. Thank you. And looks like they all have to get around Sweet Mystery, affiliate by Cupid, who will kick off the post parade.
See if she can get another trip like she did last time. I don't think she appreciated the mile, though. It was her biggest speed figure to date. We'll see if she can navigate the 8 furlongs this afternoon as your 4-5 favorite, Acacia.
Jose Lascano going to be aboard once again, as we'll move on to a big price, the number 2, Gringotts.
Yeah, she usually is as of late, especially. She has a couple of wins here at the Big A, 4 overall. She's going to need a little bit of a form reversal as of late.
We showed that naming feature. I always like her name by Central Banker. Gringotts, of course, the Wizard Bank.
Yes.
Here's the 3, Knickerbocker.
Knickerbocker did not have the best of starts last time, lost a little position, recovered nicely. I wonder if the presence of Jose Gomez is going to try and get her out of the gate here today.
Melissa's smile went by. Here's Mia Be a Star.
Yeah, she's tailed off form as well. She had some races back in June and July and even into August would have made her a player, but her last 2 were a little suspect.
Know-It-All Audrey's first off the claim.
She could be on the lead in here or right off of Sweet Mystery should she decide to go. New York Banker has some speed as well.
And here's the number 7, New York Banker, speaking of her, who's stretching out.
Manning Franco climbs aboard, maybe on the stretch out like you mentioned. She goes to the lead in here. I'd imagine the speed is to the outside in here with the 6, Know-It-All Audrey, and the 7, New York Banker.
Well, that's the field for the 7th race. This New York bred allowance coming up. There's your favorite, Sweet Mystery. She's 4-5 on the board. Will she get back to the winner's circle today? We'll find out after this break on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 7th race, also known as the Sweet Mystery race, according to the public, 3-5 right now on the board. As we'll take a look at her last race, Anthony, one thing about this filly, she switched leads last time out. She took a long time to do it, and that's kind of been a bit of a habit of hers as she runs second best to Truancy.
She's got to just ride the rail in here. She takes the run of Truancy. Does she ever really take a run of Truancy? This is never in doubt, right?
Yep.
I know she beats Knickerbocker a long way, but Knickerbocker kind of lost a little position not coming out of the gate last time, I think, and I know she beat her, 8-9 lengths, but 3 to 5. I'm going to say this again. I know a lot of handicappers who rely on speed figures will disagree with this. I do not think she appreciated the mile last time. That's not saying she can't win, because she may have found the right bunch of horses to win against. I don't think this is her optimal distance, and you brought up the point about her switching leads. Took her an awfully long time to do so. I think she's vulnerable at 3 to 5 today.
So where do you go instead?
I went to Knickerbocker. I think her last 2 races, she had a December to July break. Mitch Friedman sprinted her. She's not a sprinter. She came back. She ran second to a runaway winner in Sunset Louise. She ran third to Truancy and Sweet Mystery. She did not have the best start. She gets Jose Gomez, so they're going to take some weight off. I'm hoping that the 2 outside runners go, Know-It-All Audrey and, New York Banker, and she can work out a trip. Now, Sweet Mystery figures to get a really good trip as well. One horse is 3 to 5, the other horse is 7 to 1. Obviously, Sweet Mystery is the horse to beat in here, but I think she could be vulnerable at the 8 furlong, so I'm going to take a little bit of a swing against her with Knickerbocker.
Knickerbocker, apprentice jockey Jose Gomez climbing aboard. As Maggie had mentioned back in the paddock, she needs to break better today, stumbling at the start last time, and she's a horse that tends to be a handful prior to her races as well. As the number 6, whose Know-It-All Audrey is taking some attention. Yes, she had an open length win last time out. That was in the non-winners of 2 condition. Got a little Irad Ortiz money coming in here.
I made a gigantic bet on her in Saratoga. She could not have worked out a better trip, and she stunk. I think last time was solely her finding the right bunch. I also didn't bet on her last time, so she was about 340 pounds of weight off her back. It was simple. But, I mean, she found a hungry bunch of 2 lifetime claimers. I'm not saying she's running in the 1988 Breeders' Cup Distaff here today, but, I mean, you couldn't have handpicked a bunch last time, and she got the right trip as well. Now, she might get the right trip in here again, but she's not for me.
3 to 5 now on Sweet Mystery. Maggie, what about some of the others in this field?
Acacia, I agree with Anthony that the only other horse I think in here is Knickerbocker. Now, I'm going to be a chalk eating weasel yet again because, I don't know, I just woke up feeling that way today. As Know-It-All Audrey, you see her claimed out of what is the bottom of her non-2 life from a high percentage trainer to a low percentage trainer. Not that Oscar can't win, it just is what it is. The numbers are there. And while she is very settled today for her, because she can be a little bit of a bad actor, one that has worn a hood in the past, one that breaks post parade sometimes, none of that. And it is very settled. So we'll see how she responds to that. But I just, especially at a short price, as you mentioned, Acacia, this is all IRAD money as number 7, New York Banker. And furthermore, I think Know-It-All Audrey might have a tougher job because she might get hounded by New York Banker, who, if there wasn't any other speed in here, I would think would be kind of dangerous because she actually looks like a filly that could appreciate the stretch out. She's actually a bit more of an even frame, kind of lacks a bit of a hind end. So usually those types do stretch out well. Now she's incredibly quiet today. I wish she did show a little bit more energy out on the racetrack, to be quite honest. And really all of that has just pushed me more towards Sweet Liberty, though. I definitely don't blame Anthony for thinking outside the box and taking Knickerbocker and hoping that she breaks better today.
Maggie, thank you as we get ready for this 7th race, 1 to 2. And of course, it's a horse race. It has to happen on the racetrack, but 1 to 2 is a very short price.
I could not agree with something that Maggie said more. If Know-It-All Audrey was not in this race, I probably would have taken my swing with New York Banker. This is going to sound a little strange. She held mediocre form against what appears to be better company on paper throughout the summer when the barn was not going as well as it's going now. As the barn started to heat up, her figures started to get a little bit better. And now, I know she had one start going a mile. I'm not going to hold one race against her for different connections many moons ago. Now she gets to stretch out. She should be the controlling speed. I think she's faster than Know It All Audrey. So I think she was a little interesting as well, but I just went 1 and 3 in here.
How does it shake out? Is this race Sweet Mysteries to lose? John and Brielle with the call of the 7th.
And they're off. Know It All Audrey, a New York banker from the outside. Sweet Mystery, the favorite, down at the rail, and Gringotts is right alongside as they race up the chute and head for the backstretch. Know It All Audrey narrowly, New York banker on the outside, Gringotts and Sweet Mystery. Then a break of 2, back to Karamoka in 5th. 2.5 lengths to Melissa's Smile, and Mia Be a Star trails the field in 7th. The quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. Sweet Mystery and Know It All Audrey, and the two of them are heads apart for the lead. Right behind, it's the trio of Karamoka, Gringotts, and New York Banker. Then a break of 4 to Mia Be a Star, who's moved up a spot. Melissa Smile now trails. It is still Sweet Mystery and Know It All Audrey through a half mile in 48 seconds. New York Banker in the clear on the outside and in 3rd. Karamoka is down at the rail, and Gringotts alongside. Mia Be a Star is in 6th and picking up some ground. Up front, Sweet Mystery and Know It All Audrey. They continue to duke it out, coming for the quarter pole. Know It All Audrey on the outside. Sweet Mystery down at the rail. It is Sweet Mystery narrowly. Know It All Audrey continues to battle on. Farther back, it's Mia Be a Star, Karamoka, and a New York Banker. Sweet Mystery and Know It All Audrey, they have battled it out for just about a mile as they come on for the finish here, and Sweet Mystery will win it by a half length at odds of 1-2.
Maybe not, as we say, like a 1-2 shot should, but I think this was even more impressive, Anthony, from Sweet Mystery, as she had pressure from Know It All Audrey every step of the way.
Smart ride by Jose Lezcano here, not giving up the lead and not giving up the inside. Letting Know It All Audrey, letting Central Banker for New York Banker for a while chase from the outside draws, and able to just out-duel Know It All Audrey to the wire. I mean, they were never separated by more than 3 parts of a length from the 6 furlong pole to the wire. And this was a gutsy effort today, like you said. Probably even more impressive. Yeah, she didn't win like a 1-2 shot should, but she won. At the end of the day, that's really all that matters.
Yes, it is, especially if you singled her in the pick 6 or the pick 5. Sweet Mystery at 1-2 over Know It All Audrey, who tried to make it tough on her every step of the way. 1-6 at 3-5 in the 7th.
You got a good sweat if you singled her today.
Yes, you did.
You got a real good sweat.
You did.
Know It All Audrey.
You were probably doing the lean coming down to the wire.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was doing a half a lean. For a while. There was a split second around the 8th pole where I thought Know It All Audrey was going to come and get her. And then this filly dug in and was able to keep her a half length, 3 parts of a length away.
A homebred for Gallagher Stud. Sweet Mystery with the win with Jose Lezcano in the saddle, 1-2, and she gets the job done. Very tenacious in doing so. 1-6 at 3-5 in the 7th. Belmont at the Big A. It was a big weekend for graded stakes, not just here in New York, but all around the country. We'll take a look at a little bit of the sprint division when we come back. Elite Power here in New York, and the ageless Manny Wah in Kentucky. Who's at the top of the sprint division besides Jackie's Warrior?
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry, the center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup, Keeneland.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races. Well, she was a heavy favorite, but she made her way to the winner's circle as Sweet Mystery takes this entry-level New York-bred allowance for trainer Pat Quick, as well as Gallagher Stud and Jose Lascano. And please be joined by you, Pat, as she has been, I mean, she's never been worse than third in her 5 career starts so far and had to gut this one out. Were you a little surprised to see her on the engine?
No, Jose and I spoke in the paddock, and we decided that the 6-horse was going to try to steal the race. So he said he won't let us steal it, and he didn't. The guy is riding lights out, isn't he? Oh, beautiful job he did. So he just stayed with her the whole time, and it worked out perfect.
I really gave him kudos for doing that with her today. Now, she has developed so much mentally, I think, now since we saw her in the beginning of the year. Talk a little bit about working with her, this daughter of Cupid.
Okay, so when she first came, she started later in life, and she was green to everything, but every day she gets better and better and better. Even now, she relaxes more, she gets better, and she knew she was racing today. She bit me early this morning. I knew we were going to win after that, you know, because she never bites me, but she bit me today, so it was like a sign, you know.
Put me in, coach.
Yeah, put me in, but all the time she just gets better and better. And easy to work around, very smart, very kind, eats everything. I couldn't say anything bad about this horse ever. And I want to thank Mrs. Brody for giving it to me to train. She's a wonderful woman.
Well, Pat, I don't think anybody can ever say anything bad about you, that's for sure. You're one of the nicest people on the racetrack. I know training horses is a passion, but I know what your biggest passion is. That's being a grandfather, right?
That's the truth. Everything revolves around those grandkids. Even today, there was a soccer tournament. I was almost going to have Patrick saddle a horse for me. I said, oh, I can't do that. I'm 1-2. But, you know, they say that the pressure is a privilege, but boy, it's a rough privilege when you're a favorite like that. You know, the pressure is worse. I'm used to being 15-1, so this was. You know,
so this was relief.
This was, you know, wow. Guys do this every day. 1-2, you know. Oh, too much pressure.
Oh, Pat, well, massive congratulations. So nice to catch up with you here.
Thanks, Maggie, you too. It was good talking to you.
All right, Pat Quick has done a masterful job, Acacia, with Sweet Mystery, getting her to the winner's circle for the 2nd time in her career.
Oh, he certainly has, and I'm sure his grandchildren will be understanding of him missing the soccer tournament, getting into the winner's circle, a true horseman, and loved seeing that interview with Maggie. Congratulations to Pat Quick and Marlon Brody of Gallagher Stud, as he mentioned, a huge piece of the New York breeders and owners for many years.
Yeah, Mrs. Brody, of course, had the restaurant. Talking about Gallagher's earlier today on the show. Yeah, nice filly. She's turned out to be okay. She's, you know, the way Pat described her, it's like me. Bites, eats everything in sight.
You know when they bite, they're feeling ready. She was the shortest price so far in the pick six sequence. No surprise there. Hopefully you're still alive. 2 races to go, and one of them is a stake, the Grade 3 Knickerbocker. Coming up next, a mile and an eighth on the turf here for the 3-year-olds and upward as we get ready to see who could get back to the winner's circle today. This is a very tricky race.
Yes, one of the trickiest on the card. The maiden race in race 5 that turned out to be pretty formful, won by the 7-5 entry, who I don't think anybody, I didn't imagine that entry being 7-5. And then the race 1 earlier, race 2. Yeah, those 2 races were kind of head scratchers. But for a race, a graded stakes race, a stakes that's been moved around the calendar. I remember when the Knickerbocker was the election day feature. We used to run on election day, and it used to be here at the Big A all the time. Now we have Belmont at the Big A, and we've moved the race to Belmont, and it was right around Columbus Day weekend. And but yeah, I remember when it was on. I remember when it was back on election day here at Aqueduct all the time. So it's a fun renewal because it's such a wide open race, and those races are usually good gambling races.
More on the Knickerbocker in a moment as we continue our discussion of the Breeders' Cup. Of course, Jackie's Warrior, the leader of the sprint division. He was dethroned by Cody's Warrior last time out. Who's waiting in the wings to try to toss their hat in? Elite Power winning the Vosburg. He's now made it 4 wins in a row. Is he a horse that you think could potentially be effective moving on to the Breeders' Cup, Anthony?
I do. And but I should say, the problem with him is he is going to face a lot of questions about what he has beaten. And as prestigious a race as the Vosburg is, this obviously was not the toughest renewal we're going to see. But he did it the right way. And more importantly, Acacia, he continues to do it the right way. 4 races in a row, varying trips in those races, right? I mean, he's on or close to the lead throughout yesterday afternoon here at the Big A. Obviously, when he goes and faces if he goes and faces Jackie's Warrior, I'm going to assume with the dirt mile being 2 turns that Jack Christopher is going to run in the sprint. That's an assumption at this point. But if he's got to face the 2 Jacks, he's not going to be able to work that trip out that he worked out yesterday. But he's won from well off the pace. He's won from mid-pack. He's got that guy who, in my opinion, is the greatest to ever do it. Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Yes, he trained Hap, so I'm a little biased. But he has a lot going for him. And the fact that this is not, and this has been this way the last couple of years, and listen, part of the reason is Jackie's Warrior is such a formidable presence. Mm-hmm. The division, I don't want to say it's in shambles, but it is not the strongest division we have in North American racing. It's not the strongest sprint division we're ever going to see. It's ripe for the pickings, if you will. And I think a horse like Elite Power could step up, is in good form. And more importantly, when you're on your Naira Bets app and you're firing away, he's going to be the right kind of price when you're talking about horses like Jack Christopher and Jackie's Warrior, who always take a ton of money. Rightfully so, they take a ton of money. But this horse, he's getting good at the right time.
And Maggie, it is a couple of big names in the division for the sprint division, but when we have the likes of the Distaff or the older horses, which is chock full of big names, a lot can happen as far as these sprinters are concerned.
Yeah, Acacia, I think it's going to be really interesting when those nominations for the Breeders' Cup come out earlier in that week, leading up to it. Who is going to be entered where? Who is going to be cross-entered? Because I feel like there's a lot of, cross-entering between the sprint and the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, where Elite Power, I know that Bill Mott has been a bit surprised by this horse being effective at 6. Now, I know yesterday in the Vosburg, it was 7. It's the first time in several years that we changed it back to 7 here at the Big A. But, considering he won nicely yesterday, I'm wondering if they don't start thinking Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, though they want to win and you're in. So, and Bill, talking to him, said, he really wanted a mile race for this horse to come back, and he really feels as though that might be his best distance. Again, at Keeneland, though, it's 2 turns, so that would probably push them, obviously, to the sprint. But this is a horse that has improved so quickly and has found these gears. It might take him a second to get rolling, kind of typical of those Curlins, but when he does, he really powers away nicely and lowers himself into stride. So he's definitely a new and appealing face in this division.
He's intriguing, that's for sure. Maggie, thank you. Vosburg winner, Elite Power. Where does he go next? And we added another interesting layer to the sprint division yesterday at Keeneland with the Phoenix Stakes. And though he's just 6, it feels like Manny Wah has been around forever, Anthony. And he got back to the winner's circle for Wayne Catalano.
I was talking to Johnny I, the legend in the announcer's booth here at Aqueduct, about Manny Wah, you know, just talking about the sprint division, and we were talking about the Vosburg earlier today, and I brought up this horse. You don't see this a lot at Keeneland, okay, Shane, especially in the sprint races. Dead last. Manny Wah, another horse, he's kind of, like you said, 6. You could have told me he was 16, and I wouldn't have said you were wrong. You kind of feel that way. He dances an awful lot of dances. This is the biggest win of his career, and this was the most impressive win of his career. I don't know if it was the fastest figure he ever ran, but he passed every horse in the field in the last quarter of a mile or so. You feel like he took at least 6 or 7 different lanes of the Keeneland main track to do so. This was some effort. If he would have stayed a straight line, he might have won by 5. Instead, he wins by half a head. Yeah, what do you do with a race like this? I don't know. It's at the track where they're going to run the Breeders' Cup at as well, and he's had some success there in his career. So, yeah, it's a curious. It's going to be a curious running of this sprint. See how this field shapes out, and with what Maggie was saying, you know, it's weird. It's a trickle down. The presence of Flightline and Life is Good in the Classic going to maybe overload the dirt mile, and maybe horses don't go to the dirt mile because it's such a big field, or can't go to the dirt mile, and do wind up cutting back in here. I would be running Elite Power. Bill Mott's won a few more races than I have as a trainer.
He's won a few.
A few. I would run him in the sprint, and I'm going to tell you why I would run him in the sprint. I think Elite Power, the way he ran yesterday, the way he has run throughout this little 4-race win streak now, if he can't handle that type going 6 furlongs, we got a race here in a little less than 2 months called the Cigar Mile that Mr. Mott's more than familiar with. That could set a race like the sprint could set him up beautifully. Remember, if you go to the dirt mile this year, because it's a Keeneland, it's 2 turns. I don't know if you want to cut back from the 2 turns to the 1 turn. I would keep him in the sprint, hope for a little pace collapse, hope he can come running late. Even if he doesn't win, grab a piece, and it's a perfect setup 4 weeks later for Cigar.
The Breeders' Cup Sprint, 6 furlongs, some couple big names in the division, and a lot of moving pieces besides that. That could also be said for the 2-year-olds this year as well. Who will be a favorite moving into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf? Well, American Apple was not the favorite yesterday. She was a huge price in the matron, but she ran a giant effort moving on to the Breeders' Cup.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface, from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles, all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churl's Fight running on. Mason in front. Churl's Fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Launch your Thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. As yesterday we saw some other nice graded stakes action, including the Grade 3 matron for the 2-year-old fillies, Anthony, and some big balloons in the matron with a huge effort from American Apple coming in off of a maiden score at Kentucky Downs and the first graded stakes win for trainer Daniel Leach. What an exciting day, and certainly one that he won't soon forget.
You know, it's funny. When you watch these races, right, these stakes races, the winning your ends, the graded races, races with such history as the Futurity and this matron for the fillies, you would never, the way she won and the trip she pulled, you'd never imagine she played close to $100.
I know.
She looked like she was supposed to do what she did yesterday. Sat behind the speed, tipped off the rail at the 3/16 pole, made the lead at the 8th pole, held off the closers. All right, great. What'd she pay, $9, $10? Nope, she paid $94. So, and triggered the carryover today.
Yeah.
That's what's so fun about the 2-year-old races, that number one, you can find prices. I am convinced of that. You can find prices because the truth of the matter is, unlike the older horses, I think they're more clumped as far as their talent goes. Sometimes, yes, you'll see a horse who's just a unique talent. But these turf sprints, they're contentious races to begin with anyway. Throw in the fact that it's a bunch of, lightly raced 2-year-olds, you're going to get results like you got yesterday. But that was a fantastic effort.
It was. What did she get, 87?
An 87
by her
by
speed figure. She's going to be a major player going on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, should that be where she decides to go. And looking at the field for the Knickerbocker today, maybe we'll get some prices in here. I don't know if you're going to get a $94 winner in this spot, Anthony, but you could get paid because this is a wide open race.
Based on this tote board, you might be able to eke out a $50 winner. We have plenty of time to post, though. But, yeah, public sector. Boy, the public just can't get enough of public sector. 5-2. He just keeps taking dollar after dollar after dollar, Acacia.
Public sector for trainer Chad Brown. Will he get back to the winner's circle for the first time this year? The Knickerbocker up next.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com today. We're getting ready for third and final graded stake of the day. It's the Knickerbocker, a mile and an eighth on the turf. There is Public Sector. He's been a little bit of the darling of the wagering windows, Anthony, though he is looking for his first win of 2022.
Yeah, they just don't stop. They don't stop betting this horse. God bless him. I was a fan. He was supposed to be one of the best 2-year-olds in the barn, and he had a good 3-year-old year. But he's just 8-5, 8-5, 5-2, 9-2, 9-2, 8-5. They don't stop.
Well, there is Palo Alto as Grand Motion will look to sweep the turf graded stakes today. And he's a bit of a new face in here as we head down to the paddock with Maggie.
Yeah, Acacia, I just wanted to try to look for somebody that I hadn't seen before and try to judge them against this field because, honestly, this is a group of horses that I can't really separate them based upon appearances. This is a good-looking cast assembled for this Grade 3 Knickerbocker. But we'll take a look, though, at Palo Alto, as last time I thought he did kind of all the dirty work, and Public Sector just picked up some pieces. And it was his first start coming off a bit of a layoff, his first start in the country, too. And I will say that the extra furlong that he gets to hear today from that Baltimore-Washington International Turf Cup will help him. He looks like a horse that should actually appreciate some more ground, as he does have a win overseas at it. He looked like he got a little hot that day at Pimlico. Just observations, and sometimes, or a lot of times, that's an indication of a horse that needs a race. And the way he ran indicated a horse that needs a race. Well, he looks ultra fit here and just really, really strong. He's also very relaxed in the paddock, so one that I'll keep an eye on in how he behaves out in the racetrack, but he's making an excellent impression on me here. If he can build upon that effort stateside, first time stateside for Grand Motion, I think he is right there and then some. As we'll also take a look at number 9, Safe Conduct. Last time out in the lure, it was a pace that ultimately collapsed, and he was the one kind of knocking on the door to Some Like It Hot Brown that day. And he is always one that shows up wearing his best. He looks fantastic yet again for trainer Phil Serpy. But the problem is, there's two, is that there might be some other speed in here for him to deal with. You have L'Operator, so we'll see what he does. He feels like the most confirmed fastest horse possibly here. He also shows up wearing front wraps for the first time, so I'm not quite sure what to make of that, Acacia. As you well know, turf horses generally don't run in any wraps at all, and he has 4 on. And also, I wish I was wearing your coat that you had on earlier, because now I'm freezing.
Go get it from my office. You're welcome to it. Once the sun goes down, it gets chilly out there.
She need a coat. I can never mind. She could keep herself, Grace, Willow, Tom, George, the Jack Russell. Everybody can stay warm in my coat. The whole Morley clan.
Oh, no. I don't even know how to transition from that. Horses stepping on the track for the Knickerbocker. Chad Brown has 3, by the way. It's not just Public Sector.
Yeah.
He also sends out Lonesome Fugitive.
Yeah, making his stakes debut. It's hard to imagine this horse has never seen a stakes race, but he got out of the 2 other than allowance condition at Monmouth last time. Takes a step up here with Hall of Famer Javier Castellano in the boot.
Arnaud Delacour sends out Eons.
Like Manny Wah, you feel like Eons has been around for 15 years, but he's only 6. He ran well 2 starts back. Not sure what happened last time.
Dyna Drive coming out of the softer than good turf course in the Barnard Group.
I thought he was very interesting in here, Acacia. I don't think he liked that course last time at all, and we'll see if he can get back to some firm ground.
Here's King Cause.
He's interesting in here at a huge price. He shouldn't be that price. He could be the controlling speed if Kendrick wants to lead.
A lot of speed for Mike Maker. The second of the Chad Brown trio, here's the Imperator.
He could be the speed as well. It's been interesting. He won at 9 furlongs in the Fort Marcy on a bog in his second start of the season, and then Chad's run him 1.25 miles, 1.25 miles, and 1.5 miles since.
Cutting back today. Here's Pixelate.
Yeah, another one who's been around for a while, making his 26th start, looking for his 7th win. And he has not seen the winner's circle since winning at Kentucky Downs in September of 2021.
The other Mike Maker field pass went by. Here next in the post parade will be the 9 Safe Conduct.
Safe Conduct had some speed, and he could be forward as well. Full Serpent Bond not going as well as it was in Saratoga.
Public Sector, the 3rd Chad Brown, currently your favorite.
Yeah, he's your favorite. Lukewarm at 3-1. We'll see if he can find the winner's circle for the first time this season.
And out last in the post parade, Pau Alto.
Probably did a little bit more running than Public Sector did down at Pimlico last time out. We'll see if second time this country. They bring the rider with them, Javon Toledo. He does a really good job in the Mid-Atlantic. He's won almost 150 races at 20% this year, for those of you not familiar with him. I do wonder, though, if there's a better chance at him reacting in his second start after doing all that running last time, as opposed to Public Sector, who kind of just picked up some pieces late.
Take a look at this race of the Baltimore-Washington International Turf Cup, for those wondering about the long name, named after the airport, BWI International, close by. As this race historically, traditionally run at Laurel, of course, the meet taking place at Pimlico, but Pau Alto, who was making his U.S. debut. He's the number 2 in there today, and you can see how he is the one making that first move, that he was forwardly placed, that he did pretty much everything but win, and was run down by a nice horse in set piece as well.
Yeah, multiple stakes winner is Set Piece, who tried the Coolmore Turf Mile yesterday. Set Piece is going to run right by him. Pau Alto, though, digs in nicely, puts away the rest of those horses, holds off Public Sector to keep the place money. Yeah, like I said, he did a lot more running than Public Sector did last time. I worry about him reacting a little bit to that race, because it was a good race. I thought he ran it really well, ran really well last time out.
It's pretty much these two taking money, and then a little bit wide open for a lot of the others.
You surprised by that? I'm sorry to interrupt. Are you surprised by that? I'm a little surprised by this.
I thought that Public Sector would be the favorite, and it would be pretty wide open beyond that. I don't trust Public Sector. I haven't trusted him for a while.
Kind of hard to trust him at this point, isn't it?
I think that it is. He hasn't given you much reason to trust him. But the number 5, L'Imperator, is 9-2. And take a look at his win last time out at Monmouth. This was going 1.5 miles, and he'll cut back to the 1 1/8 miles. One thing I will say about him in the Fort Marcy is that was a very soft turf course. It was cold, it was rainy, and he was the only one in the field that looked like he would handle the conditions, and the only one that ran like he would handle it. And Eric Cancel did the wise thing in putting him on the lead that day. But he backed that up with another big effort in here. I guess the question is, what kind of horse is he? Is he going to stack up versus these? And is this his best distance?
It's funny because, again, after the race in the Fort Marcy, and I guess that can own up to the fact that it was that boggy ground, right? But Chad Brown made it a point to run him in the Manhattan, a race he ran 1-2 in. He ran him in the Bowling Green, a race he ran 1-3 in. And then he ran him in the race at Monmouth. But again, incrementally increasing. 1.1 1/8, 1.25 miles, 1 3/8, 1.5 miles. Now he rips him back to the 9 furlongs. Are you running him in races that come up? Is it the point where it's just like, all right, well, I'm going to run him where the races come up? Is there not a set plan for a horse like him? Because it certainly seems like there's a randomness to some of these races. I mean, is it me?
Well, I think also Chad has a deep bench. He might have several other horses for the other races in that condition.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, and that was the point I was trying to make. He won the Manhattan. He won the Bowling Green. He wins the races this horse is in. So it's almost like, yeah, you run him where the race comes up. And I don't know. I feel like that might be the case in here.
Public Sector, meanwhile, 3-1. Maggie, when will he get back to some of those big races we used to see?
It's funny, Acacia, because really he's consistent from a figure standpoint. He just doesn't win as of late. But Public Sector, he looks phenomenal. He's got this bright demeanor, and he's this bonny little horse, son of Kingman, just your quintessential Kingman prototype that you often see. But I've always been of the mind that, and I know he's won at this distance, but I've always thought a little less ground is better for him, as he just kind of wants a little pace to close into, and maybe he gets it here actually today going the 9 furlongs. But I can't fault him whatsoever physically, other than he looks like a horse that's your true miler type. As we'll take a look at a long shot in here, and I just thought it was worth mentioning with number 7. Field Pass, who is actually the longest price on the board. Okay. If you didn't have that last race at Kentucky Downs, I thought he would be a little bit interesting coming in off that grade 3 Mint Million behind his stablemate, Some Like It Hot Brown, who just wired them that day. And I thought he ran okay, but then they turn him around 4 days later and run him back, and he doesn't run that well as the beaten favorite behind King Cause in here. And look, Duke of Hazzard, you know, they're not bad horses, to be fair. But I gotta say, for a horse that has run quite often in the last month and a half, his weight is better than many of these in here. As I said, they all look great, but he's just carrying a lot of weight. So I see why they have taken that approach with him and run him quite often recently. But Acacia, I'm going with the second-time stateside Grand Motion trainee, Palo Alto. As I said, there may have been a propensity to act up a little bit. They brought him out last. He's done nothing, knock on wood, wrong thus far, and I like the way he's approaching the gate and the start of this Knickerbocker.
Maggie, thank you. Palo Alto 4-1 right now, his second start here stateside, and I do think it's interesting as well, as we're up close and personal there with public sector. I think it's interesting that Grand Motion brought him right into Graded Stakes company for his U.S. debut.
Yeah.
That's obviously, I think, a vote of confidence.
Well, I don't know. I guess he could have found the listed race for him. This horse is pretty accomplished. You know, he didn't have any conditions left. He'd run 5 times overseas. So he kind of had to run him somewhere. No, I don't disagree with anything you said, though. We'll see if he reacts to that race. Public sector, you're 2-1 favorite. I like Dynadrive a little bit, hoping that all that given the ground on closing day at Saratoga, that race is behind him. He's had 5 weeks. I think he can rebound here at a big price, 10-1.
Winner of the Lure Emirati wired the Bernard Baruch on that rainy closing day at Saratoga. And again, a little bit softer turf course than good. The Knickerbocker up next. John and Brielle with the call.
And they're off. Eons away well. King Cause is right there in the white blinkers. Now moving up from the outside is Safe Conduct and Public Sector. They make the turn and straighten away now with King Cause the leader. Safe Conduct on the outside in second. Field Pass is hard held there. The gray running in third. To his inside is Pixelate, who is now moving up a spot from fourth. Public Sector runs in fifth. Eons is back running in sixth. And then on the outside, it is a Palo Alto steadying there. Heading for the turn was Eons. So they go around the clubhouse turn with King Cause showing the way here and in front. Safe Conduct is next in second, and Pixelate is down on the inside in third, with Field Pass next in fourth, and Eons running in fifth. Public Sector is in sixth, L'Imperator next in seventh, followed by Palo Alto in eighth. Lonesome Fugitive is in ninth. Dynadrive is the trailer in 10th. The half mile in 50 and 4/5 seconds. King Cause by 3/4 of a length. Safe Conduct is second by a neck. Pixelate is down at the rail in third. Field Pass, the gray, in the clear on the outside in fourth. And then it's Eons in fifth, better than 5 lengths from the lead, followed by Public Sector and then L'Imperator. As they come for the top of the stretch, it is still King Cause who has the lead here. Safe Conduct running in second. Pixelate is at the rail. On the outside is a Field Pass. Eons is looking for a way through, followed by Public Sector, Lonesome Fugitive, and on the outside, it is Palo Alto. It is King Cause who's trying to take them wire to wire here and pull off an upset. It is King Cause who has the lead as they come on for the finish, and King Cause and Kendrick Carmouche did it in the Knickerbocker at odds of 15-1.
We talked about this being a good betting race before and how you may find some value. Hope that you did with this 15-1 shot. King Cause able to wire the field under Kendrick Carmouche. You said to me at the top of the stretch, Anthony, I think this horse is gone.
Yeah, he gave this horse a fantastic ride. Safe Conduct left for a little position, but didn't really put that much pressure on him, so Kendrick just let him roll early on, and it turned out to be the right move, the perfect move. Kind of felt like him or L'Imperator would be on the lead in here. Kendrick just said, you know what? Come and get me, boys. 15-1. Getting the job done. One of the longest shots on the board. In fact, just 2 horses on the board bigger than him. Getting the job done here at over $30.
15-1. He wires the field. He had a couple of horses right on his heels with the likes of Pixelate and Safe Conduct, but they had nothing to offer when called upon late in the stretch. And he was sharp even after the race. Had to be picked up by the outrider pony, King Cause. He looked like he wanted to go around again.
Came home in under 12 seconds the last eighth of a mile.
Wow. Kicked on nicely.
Quick math. I stink at math, but I think that math looks like 11-3, maybe even less. 11-3. That's a good time. He actually came the last 3/8 of a mile in under 36.
King Cause with the win. Pixelate in second. It was 4-6-9-7. Public Sector, your favorite, trying to put in a little bit of a close, as was Palo Alto, but nobody was really making up any ground.
No, this was kind of they kind of left in this order. They kind of left the gate 4-9-6-7, and they hit the wire 4-6-9-7. Nobody moves, nobody gets nobody moves, nobody gets hurt. And how about I wish I had a. I'm not even be greedy. I wish I had like a 50-cent super here.
Yeah, 10-cent super.
50.
50. Okay.
I had a tough Saratoga occasion.
Okay.
Tougher than most.
Trivia time. King Cause, half brother to who?
Half brother to who?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Bell's the one.
That's as random as it gets.
It is, right?
A dirt sprinting filly.
Sprinter and a long distance turf runner.
Wow, Bell's the one.
Genetics, man.
Huh. No stud deal for King Cause. Ultimate equipment change.
He is a gelding, and he picks up a graded stakes win from Mike Maker, Kendrick Carmouche, who has been having himself a terrific week. 4-win day the other afternoon, and a graded stake in the Knickerbocker today. Prices when we come back.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
Look for his first crop yearlings at the upcoming sales. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Kentucky October Yearling Sale at Fasig-Tipton. Nearly 1,600 cataloged, including a multitude of yearlings by the nation's top 20 sires. Kentucky October grads have won or placed in over 200 stakes this year, including recent Grade 1 winners Goodnight Olive, Jack Christopher, and Pennsylvania Derby winner Taba. Your last chance to buy yearlings in 2022. Kentucky October Yearlings, October 24th through 27th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 and our regional networks. Glad to have you with us as we just saw a bit of an upset in the Knickerbocker, as it does seem that upsets in stakes this weekend have been a little bit prevalent, as we saw the big results of the Matron yesterday. 15-1 shot wiring the field in the Knickerbocker today. Kendrick Carmouche aggressive with King Cause. And that's all she wrote, Anthony.
Yeah, it was. He just put him on the front end and played a little game of catch me if you can, and they couldn't. You know, we talk about this all the time. Nobody moved in this race. They left the gate 4, 9, 6-ish, 7-ish, and Pixelate was able to take advantage of Safe Conduct having to do a little bit of dirty work chasing the winner around there, and was able to win a 3-way photo for the place money. But yeah, nice effort from the winner.
$32.80 for the win, a nice big price. 10-cent super was $1,062, by the way.
Say that one more time.
10-cent super,
Yeah,
1,062.
1,062. Yeah, so I would take the 5,000 right now.
Yeah.
It helps.
Nothing wrong with that. That'll make things interesting as far as the pick six is concerned. We knew this was a wide open race, but 15-1 on King Cause.
My talking horses partner, my predecessor on the show today, Andy Sterling, picked the horse on top today. He liked this horse today.
Did he?
He did. He liked King Cause today.
Nice call, Andy.
Yep.
King Cause, $32.80. Wiring the field with Kendrick Carmouche, and a Kendrick Carmouche post race is something we always look forward to on this show, and he's standing by with Maggie.
He's worried about money over here.
I don't never watch the rate. I don't never see the price.
That's why you asked me when you won the cigar mile. Was this a grade 1?
I don't pay no mind to that until you get it.
It's a fair assessment. But let's talk about King Cause. I honestly thought there was a bit more pace in here, but you proved me really wrong, as you just went through slower fractions than what they did yesterday in the 1.5-mile Joe Hirsch Turf Classic.
Well, I know Manny had a little speed, but his horse good going 1.25 miles, 1.5 speed. And, you know, the only horse I was worried about was Phil Serpent horse, because he breaks good and he want to be 1-2. And once I never saw him, like, engaging me for the lead, I thought, well, you know, time to do what Kendrick always do best, you know. And, you know, he was going around there nice and comfortable. He getting out really bad, but I managed to keep him around the turns pretty tight. But when I asked him at the top of the lane, I mean, he just exploded, man. And shucks, I mean, Mike Maker get these horses ready to go long distance, and his team, I'm just glad to be part of it.
He did come home really fast. Now, Kendrick, you mentioned him kind of wanting to lean out. As you said, you just had your inside rein. Talk a little bit about riding a horse when they're doing that.
Well, it's real tough on this inner course because the turns are so tight. So I try to lean more than pull, you know, but you also got to make sure you have your reins pretty tight, because they do take a step out when they switch, because you're leaning so hard for them to stay in. So you got to pay attention to that. But once you get to running, you try not to let them out so fast around the turn when the running start, because then they get out on you. So you kind of just wait till they switch leads. Hopefully nobody attack you quick enough where you can get away and he can extend his legs in a way he wouldn't think about getting out. I mean, the last 16th of a mile, he was just leaning. He wasn't getting out like around the turns, and you just got to play with him. I'm that person, you know. I like to lean on horses a little, you know. It's best to shift your weight with these 1,200-pound animals instead of pull sometimes. It's a waste of time sometimes.
As I always say, you're the guy one-on-one that wants to get out a little bit. So congratulations. Really masterful ride here with King Cause.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Kendrick Carmouche. Yes, Kendrick, this was a grade 3. It was a Knickerbocker, and actually I have to check out, Acacia, how much it was. $150,000.
Also known as a good day at the office for Kendrick. Maggie, thank you. And Anthony, you could just hear all the preparation, the awareness of his competition. Maybe he didn't know what grade the race was, but he certainly knew about all the other horses he was running against.
And anytime somebody can get shucks into an interview, I have to have respect for them.
Well, one more race to go in this Sunday afternoon. Belmont at the Big A, the nightcap coming up. It's race number 9, 6 furlongs on the turf. This New York-bred maiden claiming race, as we will wrap up the day and what has been a terrific afternoon of racing. Soretta, the number 8, trained by Jim Bond. As we have seen throughout commercials and throughout this show, how it really is a family affair for the Bond family. What unites them is a passion and a love for the horse at the end of the day, and that is proved to show some great results on the racetrack in return. Thanks, Mitchie. I'm mastering.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carriere. Le Carriere was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion, and you know, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnership, and that's really rewarding.
We found this place and we redid it. We've had it for 23 years. It's 44 Gridley Street. We're a quarter of a mile basically down from the 7-furlong pole on the main track. And it's a little piece of heaven. The walk is the greatest thing for me personally because I get to follow my horses, watch them come back. I can make sure that they're okay all the time. It's actually an education process because the horses actually get to be around vehicles, cars, but the horses get used to it. We use clear cord a little bit to do some figure eights inside, just to kind of give horses back that farm life that they started with. I think it's great. The horses are out of the stall for about an hour, which is really nice for the horses. We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some of them were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barron's. He won 6 grade ones, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile and, of course, the Whitney, and, then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medal d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, and that, we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We gotta straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Jimmy and Tina Bond, along with their sons Kevin and Ryan, a family affair as they'll get ready to send out Soretta, homebred indeed, as this one bred by their Songhill Thoroughbreds as well.
Yeah, it's fun in Saratoga in the box there. You see them they just march on by after they win. It's one bond after another.
We take a quick pause to say farewell to our regional networks. Racing continues on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. We continue on here on Fox Sports 2 as trainer Jimmy Bond, 007. He has Soretta in the nightcap here at Belmont at the Big A. He's had some pretty good horses over the years.
Now, that's a nice list of horses, right? But I'm going to tell you, there's one on that list, in my mind, head and shoulders, talent-wise, above the other 5. Will's Way was an absolute beast. I mean, he was an absolute beast. What a good horse.
I got to visit him a couple years ago at Old Friends Cabin Creek. He was the oldest living Travers winner there.
He gets lost in the shuffle. He's in a decade with Holy Bull, Cigar, Skip Away, and Formal Gold. How are you not going to get lost in the shuffle? Because he doesn't have the credentials that those horses had. But, I mean, he was as tough a racehorse and as good a racehorse. He's a Travers winner. So you don't have to say much else.
Yeah.
The horse won the Travers.
Very
good
talented.
horse. Good horse.
The Bond family will send out Soretta in the nightcap, cutting back in distance. Currently 8-1 on the board as we take a look at the field. Do note, as Anthony mentioned earlier on, Mode Morning Grouch, the 13, the also eligible, draws in and is currently 10-1 on the board. Even money on Robin and Eli. When we come back, though, we'll talk a little bit about another barn as we're getting to learn a lot about our trainers this afternoon. Rob Atras sends out Laughter in the nightcap, and he's continued to make his name on the New York scene.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic. The world's premier... The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Sustained form and sustained speed on the racetrack. Mucho Unusual tasted Grade 1 success in the Rodeo Drive with a closing quarter in 22.91 seconds, defeating Grade 1 winners Maxim Rate and Lady Prance-A-Lot.
Mucho Unusual, all the way in the Rodeo Drive.
It was one of 4 graded triumphs on the turf for the daughter of Mucho Macho Man. And she's multiple stakes placed on the dirt for owner George Krikorian and trainer Tim Yakteen. Mucho Unusual is a half-sister to Grade 3 winner Big Score, and her female line traces directly back to the cornerstone mare Amamoo, putting her in the family of great sires Northern Dancer, Halo, Dean Hill, and Machiavellian. Grade 1 winner Mucho Unusual, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Hill and Dale at Alapa Agent.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Occasion from Anthony Stabile and Maggie Wolfendale. Thanks for sticking with us as we have one more race to go here at Belmont at the Big A. And there's a look at Laughter. Irad Ortiz, actually not on the favorite. He's on a 9-1 shot in the nightcap, and this one trained by Rob Atras, a young trainer who we've seen continue to make his name on the toughest racing circuit in North America, from lower level claiming races all the way to Grade 1s.
Yeah, I found it. Okay, perfect. Growing up, really, it's all I ever wanted to do was be at the racetrack. Kind of like a sponge. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time. I didn't know if I'd be able to get the opportunity to be a trainer. I wanted to learn as much as I could all the time.
I actually was working for his vet. I met him on my very first day on the job. He had zero interest in talking to me. So of course I was interested. We've been together ever since.
She does everything. You know, she helps me out with, you know, the training to, you know, payroll, books, all that kind of stuff. So she definitely couldn't do without her.
I really like spending all day with him, which is pretty great. Yeah.
These two
He's very intellectual, but also very hands-on. He tries to tailor each horse's training to the individuals very much, especially since we have everything from bottom claimers to like Maracuja. She is a monster, I'm telling you. In her stall, she's like a quiet little lamb. She's so sweet. She comes out of the stall and she's like, I'm big and I am in charge and I'm going to run you over.
And they're off in the 105th running of the Coaching Club American Oaks. And Maracuja is out going for the lead.
you know, so many things have to go right to even make a race, never mind win a race. So every week she just, you know, she was showing us that she was going to give us a good effort.
And it is Malathon in front here by a half length. Maracuja right there in second.
We gave her a little vacation in between the Kentucky Oaks and the CCA Oaks. She had like a minor setback, and that's why we missed the Mother Goose, and it actually worked perfect for her. She came back from the farm. She was 2 weeks on the farm. She came back ready.
And Maracuja is now making her move on the outside, so it's 3 of them across.
We're coming down the stretch, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna be third. All right, that's great. And I'm like, okay, maybe we're gonna be second. And then it was like, oh my God.
Maracuja on the outside. Now a furlong to the finish in the Coaching Club American Oaks. It is Malathon. Here's a new challenge from Maracuja on the outside. Malathon and Maracuja, they will battle on to the finish in a terrific rendition here. And it looked like Maracuja got it.
She needed every ounce of the ground to get there, you know.
It was just amazing to see what we thought she was, realized.
You know, just to have everything come together, it doesn't happen all the time. To happen in such a big race and to win that race just means a lot. It definitely gives you, you know, confidence going forward.
I would love to have some more nice young horses. When we first started, we had 7 horses. All of them are claiming horses. And we've been lucky enough to, with our success, we've received some good horses too.
When we started out, we were just happy to win races and you know, just to be here and survive. And we've grown in stable size, but you know, we've tried to do more quality over quantity. Try to lead over a contender every time is basically our goal.
Rob and Brittany Atras doing a terrific job here on the NYRA circuit as they'll send out the number 5 Laughter in the nightcap. And for more on this filly, the rest of the field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Thanks, Acacian. We'll start, with the Atras filly. First off, the claim here is Laughter. Now, last time out in the paddock at Saratoga, boy, she was a handful to get the tack on. She was really wound up, and she's done a 180. I mean, she is relaxed, calm, well within herself, doing everything perfectly today. And while she looked good enough physically, she's just put on a little bit more conditioning, a little bit more flesh. Always love to see that. And furthermore, I think she looks most like a turf sprinter. So I like this spot for her. As we'll check in with another horse that's a price. In number 1, Seems to Whisper. It just seems to be that we often gravitate to horses in these types of conditions that have lesser starts and lesser exposed form. Now, she went out of town to Laurel and ran against Open Company. Now she's back in the maiden 40 for the New York breds, and you couldn't ask one to look more Freud-esque than what she does here. That dark bay stout conformation with a lot of white on her as well. And I just think she's developed nicely. Now, jury's out here. I think she is a little bit more of that 5.5 type, as that last race would suggest. Even that might be a bit far for her. But still, you can't knock a filly who seems to be taking a step forward with each start. And then we'll check in with your favorite, Robin and Eli. And on form, rightfully so here. I mean, this is a precipitous drop in class after participating in 3 maiden special weights and 2 Stallion Series efforts. They turn her back here to the 6. And she might be one of those weird horses that's probably best going 7/8 or that kind of weird mile configuration that we can only get at Belmont. Because truth of the matter, and though she's run well enough at the 6 in the past, she is not built that way whatsoever. She goes against everything that I look for in turf sprinters. She's tall, she's evenly framed. It's not like she's particularly sharp in here. It's not like she has a particularly strong hind end either. She might win on class alone, but Acacia, I do have a question mark with the turn back to the 6.
You're not alone, Maggie. 6-5 on Robin and Eli as she does take a drop in class plus the turn back. Maybe this is the race that came up that worked timing wise, but it is interesting as she did run well both sprinting and then the longer races. Yes, one of the New York Stallion Series tries last time out. It's interesting. She's a tough filly to trust at 6-5.
The Stallion Series races aren't even the ones in question. What happened 2 starts back? Wow. 6-5. You want to talk about a no-show. There wasn't really an excuse for the trip, wasn't really an excuse for the post position. Now you go back to June, right before summer began. Wow, feels like a long time ago.
Yes, it does.
And here she is getting beat just a neck to Dream Central, who would come back to win yet another Stallion Series race this past summer up at the Spa for Gary Siaka. Beat Shizamiya, who beat Robin and Eli on debut. I mean, this is a big effort here. Now, here's the problem. The biggest problem I have, Acacia, with this effort is she hung like a chandelier this day. You think she's going to go right by? Yeah, she has. 3 times to be exact. 3 times to be exact. I don't know what you do here. You got to use her if you're playing multi-race wagers, but you want her at 6-5? I don't think you do.
Oh, tough to take, I think, anybody at 6-5 in this nightcap. Let's learn a little bit more about the rest of the field, starting with Seems to Whisper.
Blinkers went on last time in the second start, back for State Reds after a ho-hum debut when breaking slowly.
She is 15-1 on the board right now. Here's Tonight We Love, first time on the turf.
Blinkers come off. Daughter of Micromanage finds the grass in her first start from a May layoff.
Next will be the number 4, Bunty Windermere.
First start for Derek Ryan off a trainer change. She's shown speed in most of her starts. Didn't last time when she was, it looked like right into instructions taken back. That did not work. We'll see if she's on the front end today.
Here's Laughter for the Actress Barn.
First time off the claim for Rob, getting back to the turf. One turf sprint was pretty good. And while she would need to improve, definitely a player at that price.
Your favorite, Robin and Eli.
Yeah, dropping down in class, cutting back in distance. We'll see if Chad Brown and Manny Franco can continue a fantastic year together.
Here's Eli Dancer.
The other Eli in here. Blinkers go on. This daughter of Alpha. Her 2 turf sprints in her last 2 have been okay. She's still going to need to improve, though.
Soretta for the Bond Barn.
Turf races much better than the dirt races, and now she'll cut back for the first time. She's an interesting alternative here.
Knickerbocker winning jockey. Kendra Carmouche aboard Treat Street.
Showed speed going long. First time going, 2 turns, cuts back to the sprint. First 2 sprints were okay.
Next will be a big price. Here's She's a Dancing Queen.
Yeah, first 2 sprints, not that good, though. She took a little bit of money in those 2 starts. Had a layoff from June to August. Did not run well going long last time. Cuts back in distance.
Another big price is next, looking for Rent Control.
2 starts back at Belmont. She got beat just a neck in a subpar field. Came back last time up at Saratoga and did not run well at all.
Didn't show any speed last time either. The number 12, Cricket West, is next. Blinkers off.
If you told me she was going to run her debut, she'd be as live a long shot it could be at 19-1. But boy, have the wheels fallen off since that first start. The blinkers come off. It's a trainer change. She gets back to the turf for the first time in 51 weeks.
Javier Castellano picks up the mount on her as Jose Lescano stays with the 13, Moda Morning Grouch.
Yeah, her 3 races for the $40,000 level with 2 third-place finishes and a second-place finish last time from a June to September break.
I think she was forgotten in the post parade.
Agreed.
There she is. She draws in an important note. She draws in off the also eligible list.
Mo to Morning Grouch. Mo short for Maureen, I guess, if it's a filly.
I don't know the story behind that one. I don't know. There is Robin and Eli. We'll talk a little bit more about her after this quick time out. 6-5. Can she break her maiden today? We'll soon find out. As we here at Nairo, we're saying goodbye to somebody that is going to be so missed on our production team, Veronica Barati, somebody that does so much behind the scenes to make these shows possible. We're going to miss her.
She just came up to say goodbye. Sad day.
Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. days of live racing and the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. One more to go. Belmont at the Big A for the entire week, not just on this Sunday, as we get ready to wrap things up with a maiden claiming for $40,000, sprinting on the turf. New York breds in the spotlight, and the biggest question really in this race, Anthony, I think is, A, do you trust Robin and Eli? And B, if you do like her, do you really want to bet her at 6 to 5?
I do not trust her. I don't want to bet her at 6 to 5. The answer to both of your questions, Acacia, is no. I like Laughter, but I'm going to tell you something about Laughter. Oh, she's 6 to 1 on the morning line. I thought they'd bet some other horses in here. She's 5 to 1 on the board. She's not the best price either. I thought she'd be a little bit of a better price, but that's that Irad Ortiz Jr. money. There it is, front and center.
You and Maggie on the same horse in here. Maggie, what do you like about Laughter in the nightcap?
Brutal, as Anthony said, not the price. I mean, I was liking her when she was up there at like 9 to 1. That was fun. Not anymore. But let's talk about the Jimmy Bond horse, and that is Soretta, who will be turning back to sprint on the turf for the very first time. And she's one, like your favorite, that isn't necessarily physically built that way. But she at least was sharp, and she was keen. Like to see that with the turnbacks. And two, I mean, my eye just kept going back to her. So we'll see what shakes out with her at 10 to 1. That's not a bad price on this daughter, a Midnight Loot.
And the Bond Barn has been in a good groove right now. Maggie, thank you. Nightcap from Belmont at the Big A. We'll see who breaks her maiden here. One more to go. One final time today. And for the week, we'll send it up to track announcer John and Brielle with the call.
A few more still to load for this 9th race finale on this Sunday afternoon. Belmont at the Big A. And we're waiting now for Eli Dancer and Mo de Morning Grouch, a field of 12, sprinting on the outer turf at 6 furlongs. Eli Dancer went in. Mo de Morning Grouch will complete the line. And we are set for race 9. And they're off. Mo de Morning Grouch, Bunty Windermere, and Eli Dancer. And they are 1-2 here in the early going with Rent Control racing in 3rd. Cricket West is on the outside in 4th. And then in between horses, it is Laughter running in 5th. Seems to Whisper is down on the inside in 6th. As the field heads along here with Bunty Windermere showing the way. And running in 2nd is Eli Dancer. And then comes Rent Control in 3rd. Seems to Whisper on the inside in 4th. Mo de Morning Grouch is on the outside and in 5th. Farther back is Street in the 6th. Then Cricket West next in 7th. On the inside is Laughter in 8th. Then comes She's a Dancing Queen, followed by Robin and Eli, who has a lot to do here. Then Soretta and Tonight We Love. In the meantime, it is Bunty Windermere, who has built a 3-length lead over Eli Dancer. It is Bunty Windermere trying to get the victory here in front-running fashion. Bunty Windermere is in front by 3. It's a late move towards the inside from Laughter. Bunty Windermere, Laughter on the outside. A couple of horses, including the favorite, Robin and Eli. And also in the mix there was Soretta. But it appeared that Bunty Windermere and Madeline Rowland held on. And the price here on the board, just checking it, is 52 to 1.
You heard Johnny I, 52 to 1. And the number 4, Bunty Windermere, she looked home in the stretch, and you could tell, Anthony, the strides were shortening, especially as the cavalry started to close in, coming down to the wire, including your favorite, Robin and Eli. But yeah, looks like she was clear.
That was the Jimmy Bond horse, Serralta, who did not break well. Flying between horses at 10 to 1 to get second. Somebody just won $281,618 because, amazingly, Bunty Windermere was covered.
Wow.
In the pick 6. The 10, 11, and 12 would have triggered that 280,000 plus carryover. But someone, or someones, should thank Madeline Rowland for getting a 52 to 1 shot loose on the front end and holding on in the finale for almost $300,000.
Congratulations if you hit it. We saw Madeline Rowland win her first race on the NYRA circuit the other day, wiring the field last Sunday in the slop on a dirt race with a first-time starter. This time, she picked up the mount for the first time on Bunty Windermere and was able to wire the field on the turf, and it was the Jimmy Bond horse Soretta that closed for second. Rob Atris's horse Laughter closed for third. Your favorite, Robin and Eli, in fourth. So the feature angle nearly worked for Rob Atris and Jimmy Bond, but neither of them were able to catch the big price winner. Big balloons in the nightcap, Belmont at the Big A.
Bunty Windermere. When they turned for home, you turned to me, unlike last race, and said, "This is, by the way, another 4-horse going wire to wire." You turned to me and said, "This horse home?" I didn't know, and I couldn't really give you an answer, but I do remember saying to myself, well, we'll have a 2-day carryover for Thursday. Get ready to study up, folks. But guess what? Somebody scooped it with Bunty Windermere. Congratulations. I mean, that's just congratulations. And it's not at all because there's 3 horses that were uncovered in the sequence. So congratulations all around if you hit this thing today.
Pretty impressive and pretty cool to see young jockey Madeline Rowland with another win on the NYRA circuit, bringing home a 52 to 1 shot. Yesterday, Or Like Goddess, she was not 52 to 1. She was a short price in the Grade 1 Joe Hirsch Turf Classic. As we'll recap what she did, well, we'll get there shortly. The Beldame is going to be our first recap here. Nest, she was very impressive earlier on today as we saw her take on older horses for the first time, Anthony, and doing so with the utmost ease.
Utmost of ease. I mean, she didn't blow the turn, but Heratiz Jr. just kept her well into the middle of the track. You see her drift down inside and he straightens her out like a string. And, man, she is just, it's been such a pleasure and a privilege to watch her. The Belmont, the CCA Oaks, the Alabama, and now the Beldame in her first start against older fillies and mares. I know she only beat 4 of them today, and, you know, certainly we're at the top of the division, but she did this as easily as she possibly could, and an almost 10-length victory, and onward and upward to the Breeders' Cup Distaff in a little under 4 weeks down at Keeneland.
She'll have the likes of her stablemate Malathot waiting for her, along with Clairiere, Search Results, and some other very talented fillies and mares in this Distaff division. But I love when she kind of just perks her ears up. She does that in her warm-up too. She's all class, Anthony.
Yeah, what a nice filly. Really, really nice filly. It's been, again, a pleasure to watch her develop and turn into the horse that she's become.
Now, we'll take a look at Warlike Goddess. No, we won't. Never mind. I keep lying to everybody. I'm sorry for that. But what I can give you is Maggie Wolfendale with a post-race interview.
Keisha here with Maddie Rowland, and this is just amazing. Maddie pulling off the big upset yet again. Bunty Windermere, you broke on top and you stayed there.
Yeah, so in the past, obviously, we can see that she breaks quick.
she just doesn't always stay. But today she was awesome. I braced her once in the morning, and I remember her being a bit keen, so I didn't want to take her away from the pony or anything. And then I got out there, and I had no choice. I had to go without the pony. So, but she was awesome. She was super well behaved, and she just kept going.
Maddie, you're out there with leading riders in New York, Eclipse Award winners. What's it like getting to the wire in front of all of them?
Unbelievable. Like, especially when you're in front, you're like, wow, what are they thinking? Like, there's a bug girl out there, let her go, you know, maybe, but it's cool riding with them all. They're all very nice and very professional, and if I have a question, they are there to help. So it's just an amazing experience.
And I'm sure they appreciate that from you, wanting to learn more. But being around horses isn't new to you. Talk a little bit about your background, even before you started to decide to become a jockey. I know you have some connections to the steeplechase world.
Yeah, so my dad trained steeplechase horses with my mom, and that's what I grew up kind of doing. I grew up doing 4-H and doing pony club and going to horse shows and going to the steeplechase meets on the weekend. I did pony racing and a few NSA races that taught me so much, but I love this. I love steeplechasing, and I try and go to the jump races whenever I can. But I couldn't be a jump jockey even if I wanted to. The weight's too heavy.
I was going to say, I don't like obstacles, but here you are. Well done. Congratulations for getting another winner here at the Big A.
Thank you.
She's all smiles, and Acacia, when she got back here, everybody's saying congratulations. So it's very easy to root for Maddie.
We love to see it, Maggie. Just so awesome to see this young lady coming here to the NYRA circuit and obviously being such a great role model for young women wanting to be jockeys everywhere and bringing home a winner that pays $106 in the nightcap.
$106, the old 485 to wrap things up. Again, congratulations if you won over $280,000 with the busty Windermere.
The Mets are playing tonight. Anthony's a little stressed. And if you want to see War Like Goddess, you have to go to YouTube. I'm sorry. We ran out of time.
Let's go, Mets.
I promised. I can't come true on my promises. But today we saw some great performances. Nest in the Beldame. She's moving on to the Breeders' Cup. Distaff, she's been sensational as she proved she could take on her elders with no problem. And a promising future for 2-year-old Knickerbocker, who took the Futurity today off of just 15 days. I'll have a little layoff now going on to the Breeders' Cup for him. And wire to wire in the Knickerbocker. Thanks for joining us on America's Day at the Races. We'll see you back on Thursday.